I have to attend the Committee on Banks. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of all the resource persons here, including the members of the House. So the Senate, this Committee on Justice and Human Rights is hereby called to order. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the senior Deputy Speaker, Majority Leader, Senior Deputy Speaker
Si Dong Gonzales, boss, deputy lang.
from Isabela, Tony Pet Albano, as well as our colleague from Batangas. Ano ba rango? Senior? The Deputy Majority Leader, Lianda Padilla, as well as the members of the House present virtually. I see the virtual presence of
Deputy Speaker Robbie Puno.
Deputy Speaker Robbie Puno
Deputy Speaker.
from Antipolo. I was in Rizal yesterday in San Mateo. We see the presence likewise of incoming Deputy Speaker, my good friend Toby Chanco from Navotas.
Binubola ka lang ni Tony Pet dyan, Chairman.
And I acknowledge the presence of Senator Cynthia Villar online. Good morning, ma'am. And our good friend from Pagadian, the incoming governor of Zamboanga del Sur, Congresswoman Divina Grace Yu. Happy Santo Niño Day in Pagadian and Zamboanga del Sur.
Thank you.
And later on, we will be acknowledging the other resource persons coming from the House. Congressman Carl Curry, my co-alumnus from the same high school. Morning, sir. And Congressman Kite Mike Tan. Maganda umaga po.
Good morning po.
Comsec, can you recognize the other guests?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Honorable Congressman. Representing Representative Alan Ecleo, we have Attorney Ian Angel Aquino Lutan. Kindly acknowledge her, what's her name is called, please.
Good morning, Comsec. Good morning, Chairperson and other distinguished guests.
Thank you, ma'am. Representing Congressman Duhali from the province of Davao del Norte, we have his Chief of Staff, General Ricardo Nepomuceno.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues.
He is also with Legislative Staff Officer Camille Cordero. Representing Congressman Richard Gomez of the 4th District of Leyte, we have Attorney Emilita Isidro Viseo.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and distinguished guests.
And Mr. Louis Joshua Cuapra. Representing Congressman Jonathan Keith Flores of the province of Bukidnon, we have Ms. Charmaine Martinez Bangkil.
Good morning, Senator Francis Tolentino. Good morning, Deputy Speaker Albano, Cong Padilla, Justice Villanueva, and all the members of the House of Representatives present, and guests and all present here. Good morning po.
Representing Representative Rachel Arenas of the province of Pangasinan, we have Dr. Annie Enriquez Heron.
Good morning, Chair Tolentino and honorable members of this committee and guests. Thank you.
Representing Congressman Isabel Maria Zamora of the District of San Juan, we have Mr. Jim Florentino.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Your Honors, and to everybody present in the hearing this morning. Good morning po.
Mr. Chairman, for the government agencies, we have from the Department of Budget and Management, Ms. Nihal Abdul Rauf Takalna and Ms. Joy R. Rico.
Thank you, Comsec. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Representative Padilla and Representative Albano, and to everyone here. Thank you.
I'd like to acknowledge the physical presence of Senator Mark Villar. Senator Villar, this is a committee hearing concerning the creation of courts in 17 areas, 19 including the Sharia courts. Senator Villar, if you have an opening statement.
Yes, I'd like to just very quickly express my support for this creation of these courts, as they're much needed to provide services to all our respective constituents, and of course, we want to improve the service and the speed for which justice is delivered to all. So I am one in your goal of providing and expanding this service. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Villar. Comsec, you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We also have Court Administrator Raul B. Villanueva.
Mula po sa Supreme Court, magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat. Maimbag nga biyat yu amin na po nga pada-pada.
Representing the Office of the Solicitor General, we have Attorney Victor Emmanuel Almazar.
Good morning po, Mr. Chair and the guests. Thank you po.
Representing the Public Attorney's Office, we have Attorney Nazario C. Bangcoro Jr. and Attorney Julio Cesar M. Balbuena.
In behalf of Chief Presider Rueda Acosta, good morning po, Mr. Chair, and to the honorable guest, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and all of us present here and also virtually. Thank you.
From the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, we have representatives attending virtually, Attorney Michael Ali and Attorney Rolando Abo. From the Philippine Judges Association, we have President Judge Byron G. San Pedro.
Pleasant good morning, Your Honors, from the Philippine Judges Association, and good morning to the distinguished guest today.
Thank you, sir. From the National Prosecutors League of the Philippines, we have Regional Prosecutor Al P. Calica.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and everyone. Thank you.
And with him is Regional Prosecutor John S. Magdalaog, Vice President for Mindanao.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Your Honors, distinguished guests. Thank you.
That is all, Mr. Chairman. Good morning.
Thank you. To facilitate the discussions for today, and following tradition, we will recognize first those physically present, the members of the House, sponsors physically present. Thereafter, we will be recognizing those virtually present. I'm referring to the members of the House. Thereafter, the representatives of the members of the House physically present, in that order. Ang uunahin po natin ay ihuhuli natin yung medyo controversial, which would involve extensive discussion, the Sharia courts. Uunahin po natin yung mga creation of courts. We have 17 areas, 17 measures to be tackled, plus 2 for the Sharia court, so that would be 19 in all. And we ask the presence of the Supreme Court representative here to comment after the sponsorship statement coming from the sponsors themselves, the authors themselves. So we start with House Bill 6582, creation of additional courts, regional trial courts in the Second Judicial Region in Cabagan, Isabela. The principal author is here, the
Mr.
Deputy Speaker, Tony Pet Albano.
Mr. Chairman, in view that I have the beautiful Deputy Majority Leader here, I would like to yield to her presence because she was here first.
So being a gentleman from Cabagan, we'd like to recognize first Congresswoman Lianda Bulilla for her statement relative to House Bill 8254, the creation of courts in the 4th Judicial Region, Rosario and San Juan Province of Batangas. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Honorable Deputy Speaker who gave way to me because I was telling him that I was first to come. He came later than me. Yes, good morning, Mr. Senator. Good morning, fellow members of the House of Representatives. Good morning to our other guests here. I came here today, Mr. Chair, to seek the approval of House Bill number 8254, which proposed the creation of 5 additional regional trial court branches in the municipalities of Rosario and San Juan, Batangas. The regional trial court in Rosario, Batangas, which serves an estimated total of 400,000 constituents across 6 municipalities, and is the only RTC branch in the district, is congested with around 1,700 pending cases with only 11 court employees and 1 judge. Average cases coming in every month is 50, and the average cases being disposed of monthly is 30. This representation, Mr. Chair, fears that this congestion may worsen and further slow down the disposition of cases. As such, the establishment of 5 additional RTC branches will help bring down the cases to branch ratio from the current 1,007 case per branch to at least around 250 cases per branch, which shall allow for swift disposition of cases and strengthen the administration of justice. As a duly representative of the 4th District of Batangas, and on behalf of my constituency, I earnestly seek the swift approval of this bill, Mr. Chair. Let it be noted that this was, I first filed this bill on the 17th Congress on 2016, was passed in the lower house, was transmitted to the Senate. It wasn't passed here. On the 18th Congress, it was again passed on the lower house, was again transmitted to the Senate, did not get the approval of the Senate. And on my 19th, and then this Congress, 19th Congress, again filed this bill. And thank you, Mr. Chair, that it's being heard today. And I hope this is my last term. I hope that to get the approval of this bill finally as a send-up to me, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Alam niyo po, merong tanong na peculiar para sa lahat. Applicable pala para sa lahat. And I would be asking the Supreme Court, the Office of the Court Administrator to answer this in advance. One, what is the meaning of the term manageable level? Ito po yung dami ng populasyon vis-a-vis doon sa dami ng may mga kaso. Number two, magkano po ang halagang kakailanganin pag nagtatag ng isang bagong husgado? Ang tinutukoy ko po dito, hindi lamang yung physical structure, kung hindi po yung sweldo ng clerk of court, ng court personnel. Pangatlo, ilan pong fiskal ang kailangan na i-deploy ng Department of Justice pagka nagtatag ng bagong husgado? Yung physical po, meron ding staff yun. We'll ask the Department of Justice to answer this. Applicable po ito sa lahat. Pati po MOE. Ganon din po yung PAW. Kasali rin po yung PAW. Ilan pong PAW ang i-deploy pag nagtatag ng bagong husgado? At panglima, sangayon po ba ang Philippine Judges Association sa ganitong pagtatatag ng mga bago? So, may we ask a universal answer from the Court Administrator, Justice Villanueva, because your answers will be applicable to all. Iba't iba lang po. Pag halimbawa po, isang husgado, ito yung amount. Pag dalawang husgado, times 2. So pareho na po yun. So para madali po nating maunawaan, pati yung nakikinig po ngayon sa kanilang mga tahanan. Justice Villanueva, you have the floor relative to House Bill 8254, creation of 5 additional branches in the 4th Judicial Region in Batangas, and applicable to all scenarios. Justice?
Yes po. Good morning again, Your Honor, the chairperson of this committee, Senator Francis Tolentino, and of course the members of the House of Representatives are present both physically and online. As a general siguro statement regarding the 3 questions or points of inquiries, Your Honors. First, what do we understand by manageable level? So we're looking at it based on the caseloads, Your Honors, of our courts. So as far as based on our experience and what we're using right now, at least 300 cases now, for both first level and second level would be considered as manageable. Before we were using about 500 for some courts, Your Honors, but considering that practically, although the total caseloads for your information of our second level courts is higher actually now, but considering the expanded jurisdiction of our first level courts, so practically it will more or less in time perhaps be at the level of the first level courts and the second level courts, except that it's faster to dispose cases in the first level because we have summary rules and we have small claims. But practically, the inventory or the number of cases would sooner or later be almost the same. But at present, the first level courts, the total number of cases nationwide is around 150,000. While with respect to the second level courts, it's about 400,000 cases nationwide, including family court cases. Anyway, so what's manageable as far as we're concerned is it should be at least equal already, about 300. Second, the cost of
Justice, ito pong sa Rosario, Batangas, 1,300
Yes po.
cases as of August 20. 1,007 to date.
Yes.
So if we add additional 4 salas, magiging ano po ito?
5.
5 additional magiging
In the proposal is 5, so it will become 6, Your Honors.
the proposal is 4.
Actually,
Yeah, 5.
if I'm going to comment specifically on this particular bill, Your Honor, it does not state where these 5 courts will be stationed, because it asked for 5 regional trial courts to be stationed in Rosario and in San Juan. So if we will, for example, divide the 3 for Rosario and 2 for San Juan, then that will only be 4 in Rosario and 2 in San Juan, Your Honor.
So
But I don't know because it's not stated in the bill, with all due respect.
Mr. Chair, additional 4 will be in Rosario.
Okay.
Actually, we're already building the new RTC building there,
Okay.
and 1 in San Juan.
Okay. With that clarification, Your Honor, so it will now be 5 in Rosario and 1 in San Juan, Your Honor.
Comsec, take note of that. We'll have that as an amendment. So 4 in Rosario and 1 in San Juan.
Yes, Your Honor.
So the creation of 5 new courts, will that achieve the manageable level status?
Yes, Your Honor, because we're looking at 300, Your Honor, as far as at least, as far as we are concerned. Right now, at present, that's what we're trying to use as basis, Your Honor, so that it will be manageable, Your Honor.
What about the expenses involved?
Your Honor, it would amount to more or less close to 5 million, Your Honor, because the salary of a judge, an RTC judge alone, is more than 2 million, Your Honor. With
5
that's the
million
basic.
sala.
Yes, per branch, Your Honor. But that's only basic, Your Honor, because and then we're not talking about MOE yet, Your Honors, insofar as court operations are concerned. My basis only is because the salary of a judge alone is about more than 2 million, Your Honor. Without the additional benefits, Your Honors. So basic lang po yun. So I'm using also basic pay for the clerk of court down the line, Your Honor.
So would the Supreme Court Administrator, as well as the sponsor of the measure, be agreeable to insert a provision, a general provision applicable to all measures here, that would encourage local government units to, ginagawa naman to to assist the Supreme Court in 1, looking for a site, 2, in having a minimal contribution in terms of defraying the cost of electricity, water?
Your Honor, first, while we welcome LGU support, Your Honor, we are pushing for, of course, judicial independence. And I think one of the measures that we are pushing is with respect to defining what fiscal autonomy means, insofar as the judiciary is concerned, Your Honor. If we will be given enough space with respect to the budget, Your Honor, then definitely there might be no need for LGU assistance or help, especially in our operations, Your Honor.
So ibig sabihin, dinidecline niyo yung tulong ng nakikinig si Congressman Chanco. Halimbawa, tutulungan na botas.
Welcome po.
Pati kuryente at tubig.
With respect to the utilities, Your Honor, going to that specific item, Your Honor, we are happy, we're fortunate that Congress is actually providing a sufficient funding to answer for all of these utilities, Your Honor. So it's okay with us. In fact, there are instances when the LGU would at the beginning provide this provide the support no, for these expenses. But later on, if they lack the budget for that, Your Honor, we are more than willing to shoulder it because Congress, both the House and the Senate have been more than supportive and generous with respect to that matter, Your Honor.
I'm preempting discussions because later on I'll be asking you concerning the status of Antipolo. Kasi sa Antipolo may 7 unorganized kasi hindi na budgetan ng Supreme Court. So paano yon pag ganon? Maantala yung dispensation of justice kasi hindi nyo inorganize yung court.
Actually, Your Honor, there is only a remaining 6 unorganized there. There were at least 5 appointments already issued with respect to the regional trial court in Antipolo, Your Honor.
Mamaya pag-usapan natin.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to point out that most LGUs have already provided buildings in support. We know that the lack of fiscal economy or lack of fiscal management of course, an autonomy of the Supreme Court has led to this. And I understand that most of us in Congress that I've spoken to, especially those who have wanted to create RTCs and MTCs, are already building for free. Supreme Court Justice Villanueva will attest to this, like our Deputy Majority Leader, is already creating 2-story buildings funded not by the judiciary. And in my case, Mr. Chair, the cost of building actually becomes lesser when you approve 2 to 4 because the walls that can be retained can now be shortened at a cost, economies of scale. That is precisely, Mr. Chair, although it is not a topic here, that one of the things that we want later on for charter change is to create the fiscal autonomy of the Supreme Court and the justices and the courts so that we can actually make sure that all these unfunded RTCs, MTCs will now be funded by the Supreme Court, no less than all the justices, Mr. Chair.
Just to disabuse the minds of our listeners, baka akala nila nag-joint session na dito. Hindi po ito joint session pa. Ito po ay Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Kasi baka isipin ng mga nanonood sa Facebook at sa TV, akala nagcha-charter change na ho dito. Hindi pa ho yun. Ito po ay creation of courts. Let the words of the Deputy Speaker be clarified. In terms of context, baka akala nila nagchatcha na tayo rito. Justice, merong tulong na binibigay ang Isabela at ang Batangas at siguro yung iba rin. Paano yun? Kanina parang tinatanggihan nyo?
No, Your Honor. Like I said at the start, I said we welcome all LGU support, Your Honor. In fact, but we have always maintained the position also that when during these times when we organize courts, Your Honors, that there is really a need to provide facilities because that's also something that should go hand in hand with respect to the creation of courts. In fact, in the House of Representatives, Your Honors, there is already an inclusion of a provision which states that sufficient funding should be at least provided for purposes of not only the operations of the courts, not only for the salaries and benefits of the judges and court personnel, but also with respect to the construction of facilities, the buildings, Your Honors, that may be needed because of the courts that will be created.
Thank you, Justice. What about the Department of Justice? Nandito ba? DOJ? And then DBM? Is DBM here? COMSEC? DBM? Oh.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, DOJ muna, magkanong dagdag na, pag nag-create ng isang branch, ilang piskal ang kasama nun?
Your Honor, I'm not a representative of DOJ, Your Honor. I'm the president of PLP, the Prosecutors League of the Philippines.
So, but you're a fiscal? You're a,
yes, Your Honor.
So, usually, magkano ilang piskal lang nandoon? Dalawa?
We have
sa
a
isang branch?
provision, Your Honor. We have a provision, Your Honor, under Republic Act 171. If the court created is a regional trial court, there must be two prosecutorial positions also to be created. If the court created is a municipal trial court in cities, the ratio is one prosecutor. For every MTC, municipal trial court, for 2 municipal trial courts, the law provides one prosecutor, Your Honor.
So dito po sa Batangas, creation of 5 additional RTCs would entail 10
Yes, Your Honor.
fiscal positions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Yung fiscal, meron ding staff yon. Usually ilan po yan?
May staff din, Your Honor, but then our immediate concern is for the creation of the prosecutorial positions with funding, Your Honor. Kasi nangyari sa dati, for example, with the creation of the family courts, walang corresponding funding, kaya hindi na-implement yung provision under our law, which is Republic Act 171, which states that for every court created, there is a corresponding prosecutorial position also created. Pero
What you're saying is this. Even if we create additional salas here, there has to be an accompanying, another law, a twin, that would create positions for the prosecutors. Ganun ba?
No need, Your
Hindi na,
Honor.
may batas na, yung
May
171.
batas na sa 171.
So ano kailangan natin gawin?
Yung funding na lang, Your Honor.
Fund.
Kasi walang pundo yung, for example, as I said, yung creation ng family courts. Walang funding yung, yung sa prosecutorial positions. Kaya hindi na-implement with respect
Kasi yun sa fiscal.
Sa fiscal.
Justice Villanueva, can a court be created like what we're doing right now, even without the accompanying budgetary support from the Department of Justice, that would enable the court to function? Hihiramin yung fiscal dun sa ibang lugar. Pwede ba yun?
Well, yes po, Your Honor, if the court has been organized already, but we of course subscribe to the requirement that there should be a new position for prosecutors every time we create courts, Your Honor.
The same is true with the Public Attorney's Office. Pag nag-create ng bagong court, ilang PAW naman ang kailangan?
Mr. Chair, pursuant to RA 9406, the ratio of public attorney to one organized sala is one public attorney to one organized sala.
Whether that's RTC or MCTC.
Yes, Your Honor.
So 1. So dito sa Batangas, mangangailangan ng 10 fiskal at 5
Public
PAW.
attorney. Yes, Your Honor. And staff.
May staff din yung... Kung
Yes.
wala pang na pondohan na PAW, can it function? Mag-a-assign na lang.
Magfa-function po pero mahihirapan ang public attorney na present kasi meron na siyang assigned court.
Oho. DBM, has this been... kasi kanina, yung unang tanong ko, yung tulong ng LGU. Ang LGU ba pwede makatulong din sa piskal? Pagtulong sa allowances ng piskal? Has this been done? Diba? DBM?
Good morning, Your Honor. As to the question on pwede po bang magbigay ng allowance ang judiciary to fiscals, to LGUs, that is, Mr. Chair, that is discouraged under the principle of yung cross-border transfers. The judiciary branch is
The judiciary, LGU, host LGU.
yung host LGUs po ang magbibigay ng allowances doon sa
Nagawa yun. Not the judiciary, LGU.
the LGUs will provide allowances doon sa mga prosecutors or mga fiscals. For MOOE, Your Honor, or are we speaking here of the PS?
Lahat.
What we know of, Your Honor, is for MOOE, yes, ang LGUs na bibigay, but as to allowances, that we would have to check.
They do give. Nagbibigay po talaga. Nagbibigay po yon. So, tanong ko, para ma-simplify ito, ang DBM, may budget para dito? Do you still have the fiscal space to address all of these newly created, soon to be created positions for the prosecution, the PAW?
As to the fiscal space, Your Honor, we have limited fiscal space, so our recommendation is for it to be programmed under the usual budget preparation process.
Pwede. Para hindi ka nag-prepare, ma'am, ng ng sagot. Magagalit sa inyo sino congressman dito. Justice, pwede ba sagutin ng LGU?
Your Honor, there is a provision in the local government code that allows LGUs to provide the support to the judiciary and those providing services, no, to the constituents of a particular of all the LGUs, Your Honor. It's in the local government code, Your Honor.
And we will not have any COA flags here. Wala, okay yun.
Well,
It has been a practice, a tradition being done at panahon pa ng...
Your Honor, but well, I'm a former judge, Your Honor, of Las Piñas City Regional Trial Court. We experience that support is being given by the LGU, Your Honor. As to whether or not the COA, the Commission on Audit, has been flagging that or issuing audit observation memos regarding that one, I have no information or knowledge, Your Honor.
It's an ongoing practice. Wala namang masama siguro doon, di ba?
Because it's in the law, Your Honor. It's
Yes.
in the local government code.
So what I'm saying is this, pending the appropriate budgetary support coming from the PAO, the DOJ, kaya nung sinabi ng DBM, po-program pa, the LGUs can do support, can provide support in the meantime, in the interregnum, so as to jumpstart the creation of courts. Para hindi sayang lahat ng ginagawa natin.
But with respect to the creation of the courts themselves, Your Honors, that's not something I think that they can provide.
No, the support, the financial support.
Only with respect to, I think, limited expenses, I would suppose, Your Honor, as mentioned already, perhaps for MOE, for court operations, Your Honors. If there are some allowances that are being extended, Your Honor, then that's considered as part of operations, Your Honor.
Kasi ako noon, pati mga JO, contractual, para mapabilis, inassign ko na sa husgado, sa piskal. Para may tao si piskal, may janitor, may stenographer. Ang nagpapasweldo, yung city na.
Yeah, I think locally funded employees are allowed, Your Honor, to be detailed, Your Honor. They are not employees of the judiciary or the prosecution service or the PAO, Your Honor. If there are those that are being provided, they are still employees of the LGU.
So, we are in agreement with that. Naka-record naman lahat to para mapabilis na lahat ito. So, going to Batangas, is the Supreme Court in agreement with the proposed measure, House Bill 8254?
Your Honor, we submitted our comment with respect to this particular House Bill number 8254. Of course, we support the creation of additional courts for Rosario, Batangas, and a new one in San Juan, Batangas, Your Honor, a regional trial court, because there's only one existing regional trial court that covers both Rosario and San Juan, no, among others. But we just, of course, include as part of our comment, Your Honor, that this will require, of course, a bigger hall of justice for Rosario, Batangas. That's one, Your Honor, to house not only four RTCs, because five. Not only will house 5 RTCs, but also one Office of the Court Administrator, Office of the Clerk of Court, Your Honor, because once a station becomes a multi-sala station, we have to provide an Office of the Clerk of Court, and that would require also a Clerk of Court who should be a lawyer, and then the staff, Your Honor. So dadagdag po yun. So dalawa po ang dagdag po namin na comment, a bigger hall of justice and a provision for the Office of the Clerk of Court, Your Honors. And then with respect to RTC San Juan, Batangas, Your Honor, because there is one RTC, there is none yet at this time, then we also ask that the Supreme Court, pursuant to Section 18 of BP 129, will be the one to define the territorial jurisdiction of San Juan, Batangas Regional Trial Court, and also will have to redefine the territorial jurisdiction of Rosario, Batangas, because we will remove, among others, the jurisdiction over cases coming from San Juan. Your Honor.
Can the good court administrator provide this committee the appropriate wording for that? Because we will be having an amendment here as to the geographical jurisdiction, plus the earlier proposal that 4 branches will be situated in Rosario and 1 for San Juan. Good Congresswoman is here.
Yes,
Tama
Mr.
po ba
Chair.
yun?
Yes po, Your
Para
Honor.
maliwanag.
Yes po,
Tapos
Your
yung
Honor.
4 sa Rosario will have its own office for the
Clerk of
to
court.
house the clerk of court.
Yes.
May ginagawa na ho atang building.
Yes.
Congresswoman.
Yes. The building is under construction now. It's a 2-story building, and we will take into consideration your recommendations because I think the building is about 80% 80% finished now. But I think we can make some adjustments according to your requirements.
Yes, Your Honor. Because of course we have space requirements, but if we were not given the opportunity to look into them, we will of course submit of course to your discretion. But siyempre meron kaming space requirements, but if this was not taken into account, it's okay. Of course, we will always welcome a building that will already house future courts, Your Honor.
Let it be noted, Mr. Chair, that the old building is still there.
But is there a new building for San Juan also?
Not yet. We have not built one in San Juan.
So where will the RTC of San Juan be located?
Your Honor, usually if there is, kasi nga, we would want a provision already to be included for the, at least funds. So we don't know X amounts kasi usually po yan. But at least a provision there which would state as a general provision that funding will also be provided for the whole of justice. If none in the meantime when it is created, Your Honor, usually we ask from the LGU if they can provide us something that we can use in the meantime temporarily. If none, Your Honors, then we can lease, Your Honor. We can lease. Yun po yung ginagawa po namin.
Thank you. Thank
Very
you.
clear, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. COMSEC, take note of the amendments. Without objections on the part of my colleagues, House Bill 8254 is hereby approved and will be referred to the plenary. We now proceed to...
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
Finally.
Congresswoman. Maganda pala itong joint session.
Also to thank Senator Cynthia Villar, who has a counterpart bill, Senate Bill number 2242.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Congresswoman. We'll now proceed with the consideration of House Bill, mamaya na to, itong Isabela. House Bill 6582. Creation of an additional regional trial courts in the second judicial region in Cabagan, Isabela. Main sponsor, author is the Deputy Speaker himself, Tony Pet Albano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone and to my colleague. Good morning, no? Good afternoon sa ibang lugar kasi. In any case, I would like to just submit my explanatory note as the sponsorship speech so that we can facilitate faster our proceedings, knowing that the good chairman is very busy. But I would just like to note that I am asking for three more municipal RTCs. Already. 2 additional branches of regional trial courts in province of Isabela, namely the municipality of Cabagan. Being that my first bill, we now have noted that in the first bill, House Bill 244, it says here that in February 2020, there were only 541 cases. And knowing that your caseload threshold, as elucidated by our Justice Villanueva, is 300, that already amounts to 1. But as of 2023, we have more than 1,000 cases, Mr. Chair. And looking at the caseload threshold of 300, these 2 additional branches, knowing that there are 6 municipalities that are actually being serviced by these three regional trial courts. And so I do submit and ask that this bill be passed in the Senate so that we can actually expeditiously help our kababayans in Isabela have a better judicial system, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. But I was in touch with the governor of Isabela, and he was saying that that area is very peaceful and there is no need right now for additional sala. So, Supreme Court Administrator, tama po ba yung 1,000 cases?
So based on our, at least the latest is in November, it's about 748, which is within the manageable level that we have earlier discussed, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. That would mean that at least the additional two courts would be more than sufficient to manage the cases in that station, Your Honor.
There is no objection on the part of the Supreme Court?
In our comment that we submitted, Your Honor, with respect to House Bill number 6582, we did not object and in fact support the creation of two additional regional trial courts in Cabagan, Isabela, Your Honor. But again, may I just again state that this would mean that there should be an additional office of the clerk of court that should be created, Your Honor. So in addition to these two additional RTCs, because now it becomes a multi-sala station. So there should be also a provision for the staff, no, that will compose this office of the clerk of court. And at the same time, Your Honor, we will be asking that there should to be taken into consideration as well a bigger hall of justice to house 3 regional trial courts and 1 office of the clerk of court, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, with your permission, as you have said, you have talked to my good governor brother, and of course, he will be able to provide us with additional funding from the province of Isabela. And also the Cabagan mayor I've talked to is actually my brother-in-law. I have already ordered him to make sure that we will create sufficient buildings and spaces and also give the necessary support for not only the bar, the prosecutors, and of course the judges whom we have esteemed honor of having. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. So this is not just a joint session, but it also involves the LGUs. So we are now on a tripartite mode of settling controversies. So this will now involve 4 additional fiscals plus 2 PAUs, correct? Kindly note that, Comsec. So you're objecting?
No, Your Honor. Actually, we have no objection. The PLP has no objection to these bills and all the bills to be deliberated today, Your Honor. We'd like to point out an amendment to the bills, Your Honor.
For Isabela?
For all bills. So that
so this will be an omnibus amendment. Ano po yun?
I will just read the amendment, Your Honor. Under Section 3, under Section 3 of the bills, Your Honor. Moreover, funds necessary for the implementation of the automatically created prosecutor positions pursuant to Section 13 of Republic Act number 171, resulting from the creation of these courts, including appropriations for personnel services such as salaries, benefits, and emoluments for prosecutors, shall also be included in the Annual General Appropriations Act.
Thank you. Noted, the Deputy Speaker is here. So that will be part of your proposal for all the bills, the 15 other bills
Yes,
to be
Your Honor.
tackled later.
Thank you.
What about the Judges Association? Any comment on Isabela?
Your Honor,
Are you in support? Or
in support of the proposed additional courts in Isabela.
Thank you. So, having heard all of this, since there are no objections, House Bill 6582, creating 2 additional branches of the RTC in the 2nd Judicial Region in Cabagan, Isabela, is hereby approved, and the same will be referred to the plenary for its consideration.
Wait, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to everyone.
following our pecking order, we will now be considering the measures with the main sponsors virtually present. We have here in our midst, sino bang unang dumating? Congressman Toby Chanco, the incoming Senior Deputy Speaker. There is a measure here, House Bill 8256, to create additional courts in Navotas. Congressman Chanco, you have the floor. Sir, naka-unmute.
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman. Huwag kang maniwala kay Tony. Binobola ka lang yan, Mr. Chairman. Anyway, first of all, Mr. Chairman and our colleagues in the Senate, I would like to apologize that I was not able to physically attend today since it's the foundation day of Navotas today and we have a grand parade at 1 p.m. No? So I have to attend virtually. Anyway, ito pong House bill na is a refiled bill from the 18th Congress. And it has passed through the Committee of Appropriations sa House. So the budgetary concerns I hopefully have been addressed already. So I would like to request a comment from the concerned national government agencies and from the court administrator on this proposed bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Chanco. Justice Villanueva, there are now 4 existing and 3 lower-level courts in Navotas. Will this achieve the manageable level, the creation of 3 additional branches?
Your Honor, you are correct with respect to the existing courts right now in the city of Navotas. There are 4 RTCs, 3 RTCs and 1 family court, statutory family court. The cases, the total caseload is about 800 or 900 cases, Your Honor. These 4 courts actually can manage this caseload. But adding more courts would of course improve and better facilitate the dispensation of justice. That's why in our comment to this House Bill number 8256, Your Honors, we did not object to the creation of 3 more regional trial courts in the city of Navotas. Likewise, we are not objecting to the creation of 2 metropolitan trial courts in Navotas. There are 3 existing MTCCs right now. The average cases for these 3 existing courts is about 69 each, Your Honors. Adding 2 more would of course improve access and of course ease the dispensation of justice with respect to this city of Navotas, Your Honors. That's why we did not object as well with respect to these 2 additional metropolitan trial courts. However, again, may we just state for the record that additional courts mean this would require a bigger hall of justice, Your Honor. So we hope that this will be taken into consideration with respect to this proposed bill, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, with your permission, the Deputy Majority Leader and I would like to be excused.
We thank the presence of the Deputy Majority Leader from Batangas, as well as the Deputy Speaker. So the joint session is now... you are excused. It's a joint session of the Committee on Justice. May we ask Congressman Chanco if there are
Yes,
available structures?
At present, we are eyeing a property that would be expropriated by the city government. Kasi alam niyo naman po, pag napunta kayo sa Navotas, talagang wala ng government land po doon. So as of now, yung courts po natin ay nagre-rent, but the good mayor has told me that they have a prospective land already that could be that might go through the expropriation proceedings so that we could build a hall of justice, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Chanco. Just for my self-education, ano pong mas maraming sala court administrator, Malabon or Navotas?
Almost equal, Your Honor, but if these new courts will be added, then there will be more courts in Navotas.
Any other comments from our resource persons here? Judges Association, sir?
No comment, no objection to the proposed bill from the Botnas. Again, since considering that the issue on the buildings, the staff has been openly discussed by the court administrator.
And I'm very sure that the local government of Navotas will be more than willing to sufficiently jumpstart the operation of the new courts to be created, as well as the resources to be deployed to support the DOJ family, fiscal's office, as well as the PAW. So,
Mr. Chair, may I be
yes,
recognized, DBM?
DBM?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under the FY 2024 GAA, we also have the what we call JUSIP, the Justice System Infrastructure Program, and we allotted 4.1 billion for it, which can be used for construction, rehabilitation, and repair of halls of justice.
But that's for 2024.
Yes, Your Honor. And we also note that currently, based on the data that we have as of December 31, 2023, the Supreme Court has 1.2 billion savings for personnel services under unorganized courts, Mr. Chair.
What?
Unorganized courts. 1.2 billion personnel services savings.
So that would be more than sufficient. So siguro ito yung hindi nagastos na kagaya ng sa Antipolo, di ba?
Your Honor, with your permission and with all due respect, while there are some amounts that were not earmarked for some unorganized courts, Your Honors, but the Judicial and Bar Council has been accelerating, Your Honor, the processing of vacancies. And in fact, vacancies all the way up to Region 12, Your Honor, has already been processed and shortlists have been submitted. In fact, once these have been submitted, together with the vacancies in the National Capital Region, which is now under process, Your Honors, basically the fill-up rate is about more than 90% already. So, in other words, Your Honors, undisbursed amounts respect to the figures coming from the DBM will continue to be reduced, Your Honors. And the number of unorganized courts right now with the funding, Your Honor, has already been reduced as well, because the recent appointments I issued also filled unorganized vacancies, for example, in Antipolo, Your Honor, and in other courts in Region 4, Your Honor.
Thank you, Justice. Pakiulit po, DBM, yung binanggit yung amount kanina, the amount allocated for 2024 relative to the maintenance, construction, retrofitting of port facilities. Magkano?
It's 4.1 billion, Your Honor.
Your Honor, please. May I just state for the record that the entire amount actually is, there are specific items or stations for which these amounts have been provided, Your Honor. So it cannot just be transferred from one station to another because it's earmarked for a particular item, Your Honor.
Typically, yung newly created, baka hindi na-covered nito.
Yes po, Your Honor, kasi it's always based on the place where the budget is needed, Your Honor, and proposed to Congress, Your Honor.
So, yung mga sira na, yung mga tumutulo na, yung mga bubong, ito yon.
Yes, Your Honor.
Nasira ng bagyo.
With respect to repair and renovation, wala pong problema. We can use that not only for some of those not included or perhaps contemplated, Your Honor, during the budget process, Your Honor, but even outside of those stations, Your Honors, when needed.
Maliwanag siguro yan, DBM?
Yes, Your
Naka-earmark
Honor.
na yan eh. Hindi yung pwedeng basta hugutin na lang dito sa construction ito.
Lalo na yung sa construction ng new halls of justice, Your Honor. Pero pagdating sa renovation, repair, no problem. We can use that from one station to another, Your Honor. Kasi hindi naman siya specific.
Thank you for the clarification, Justice Villanueva. So, we are now in item we have considered Navotas. So that's House Bill, asan na ba yung Navotas? Congressman Toby?
Sandali ba? House Bill,
8256.
yes, sir.
So we have the assurance coming from the good congressman that the local government unit of Navotas will endeavor to secure, to perhaps through expropriation proceedings, another location to house the future complex of the soon to be organized RTCs and MTCs in Navotas. So without objections on the part of my colleagues, House Bill 8256, creating additional branches for the regional trial courts in Navotas as well as the lower level courts is hereby approved, and the same will be submitted to the plenary for its considerations. Thank you, Congressman Chanco.
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I may comment, Mr. Chair, I just got a message from the mayor na there are prospective lands na being considered. Ang challenge lang is the idea was to put the jail also beside the Hall of Justice para yung mga maghihiring hindi na itra-transport, no? Because that is one of the challenges now. But doon nahihirapan kasi alam niyo naman, Mr. Chairman, pag naglagay ka ng jail sa isang lugar na dati walang jail, nag-oppose yung mga residents. But when I have informed him that there's 4.1 billion available for construction, the local government will consider just a land for the Hall of Justice and might not move the jail anymore. Just for the information of the committee, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Chanco. Siguro yung mga Bangkulasi area, yun yung mga maluluwag pa, di ba ho, Congressman?
Yes, pero pag linipat kasi yung jail, medyo may resistance eh. So, since the jail is in a, baka hindi na namin ilipat yung jail, hahanap lang kami ng pang Hall of Justice talaga.
Thank you, Congressman, and congratulations. House Bill 8256 is hereby approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Permission to leave, Mr. Chair.
Yes, and congratulations to your festivities today.
Yes, thank you very much,
Mabuhay
Mr. Chair.
po ang lungsod ng Navotas, and give my regards to Mayor John Ray Chanco as well.
We'll definitely do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman. We now proceed to the consideration of who are the other members of the House virtually present. Congresswoman Divina Grace, you? Are you still around?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
We now consider House Bill 8248, creating additional RTCs in the 9th Judicial Region, Pagadian City, Zamboanga del Sur. May we hear your statement, Congresswoman Divine?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning po, Mr. Chair. And to Senator Villar, my colleagues, and to everyone present here, good morning. This bill seeks to create 2 additional branches, each of the Regional Trial Court and the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the 9th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Pagadian, Zamboanga del Sur. Pagadian City is the regional center of Zamboanga Peninsula and the 2nd largest city in the region. As more opportunities become available in the city, the influx of people as well as corresponding economic growth resulted in an increase of civil and criminal cases which slowed down the disposition of cases. The volume of cases currently pending before the RTCs and MTCCs affects the speedy disposition of cases. The proposal to create additional branches seeks to address the growing demand for the immediate resolution of cases. Moreover, this representation would like to commit that we will submit to the Honorable Committee the certification from LGU on the proposed location of the proposed additional courts. In fact, Mr. Chair, the city government has a regional government center with land ready for donation if there's national offices who would like to construct building. And the provincial government also has a provincial government center with available land ready for donation for any national government agencies. Thank you, Mr. Chair. With this, approval of this bill is earnestly requested.
Thank you, Congresswoman Yu. Ang tanong ko lang po dito sa Supreme Court Administrator, may records po na yung pinag-usapan po natin kanina na yung manageable level. The record coming from your office, from your comment, is that the average caseload per branch is 223 cases. So, is this below the manageable level, or it's from your the comments
Yes, Your
dated
Honor.
December 1, 2022?
Yes, Your Honor.
Matagal na itong comments niyo, 2022 pa.
We submitted a new comment, a new set of comments, Your Honor, with respect to these bills under consideration. But with respect to House Bill number 8248, proposing to create 2 regional trial courts and 2 municipal trial court in cities in the city of Pagadian, Your Honor, we of course endorse the said bill, favorably endorsed it. But we noted that there are 3 existing regional trial courts. The total caseload is 1,693. This is an average of 564 cases per RTC, Your Honor. And with respect to the 2 existing municipal trial court in cities in Pagadian, the caseload is 317, or an average of 158. So with respect to the RTCs, Your Honor, the additional 2 regional trial courts would help ease the disposition of cases because the average there is about 564. With respect to the MTCCs, Your Honors, then the additional 2 MTCCs would ease the further the dispensation and disposition of cases in the said city, Your Honor.
Justice, what about the geographical location of the proposed courts? Tama lang ba? Nandun lang sa regional center?
Your Honor, there is an existing Hall of Justice, Your Honor. But if additional courts will be created, then there is really a need for a bigger Hall of Justice. If it will be transferred to another location, Your Honor, then definitely that is something that is welcome to us, but provided that what will be constructed would be a bigger Hall of Justice, Your Honor.
Congresswoman, may you educate this committee, Congresswoman Divine?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yung existing salas po ngayon ay wala pa sa regional offices. Napasyalan ko na rin yung regional center.
Yes.
So, yung i-create ay doon sa regional center.
There's available land, Mr. Chair. Actually, they're proposing because the current location now is in beside the city hall, and it's a very small space. If we would like to add 2 more courts, then it would be better if there's a bigger space.
Yeah.
So, ililipat na po lahat doon sa regional center.
Yes, Mr. Chair. That's the proposal, Mr. Chair.
Justice?
Of course, we welcome that, Your Honor, because we would want, as much as possible, our courts to be housed in one building, Your Honor, so that the litigants would not have a difficulty going to our courts, Your Honor.
So, the initial funding requirement can be supported by the local government unit, Congresswoman?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, is there an existing DOJ facility within the regional center? Inikot na natin to dati, Congresswoman, di ba? May sports center, may NBI pa doon. Meron na ba yung DOJ din doon?
Wala pa po, Mr. Chair.
Wala pa. So, I'm sure the LGU would support, the provincial government would likewise support. So, any other proposed amendment? Fiscals, DOJ, wala na? Same proposed amendment. Continuing amendment. We note that. What about the Judges Association?
No comment. We support the proposed bill.
So this would entail the additional deployment of 4 fiscals and 8 fiscals because 4 fiscals for RTC and 2 fiscals for the lower level court, right? And 4 additional PAUs. So ilang po total nun? 6 plus 4, 10. Congresswoman, 10 additional fiscals and PAUs from the DOJ.
Your Honor, please.
Yes.
Our main concern is with respect to the funding because the creation of the prosecutorial positions is already established in law, Your Honor, under our Prosecution Act, Your Honor. So our concern is with respect to the funding of these created prosecutorial positions, Your Honor.
DBM? May batas na to eh. Pag may kinreate, automatic na dapat yun ang pondo nun eh.
Mr. Chair, once they have submitted a request to the DBM for the creation of the plantilla positions, we will ask them to check if they have available funds. Now, if they have no available funds, we can tap the MPBF, Miscellaneous Personnel and Benefits Fund, Your Honor.
Of the DOJ.
It's a special purpose fund
Okay,
under
kasi
the
there is a Republic Act 171, the Prosecution Service Act of 2010. Automatic na yun eh. Automatic na yung allocation ng funds pag may newly created positions.
However, yung funding provision, Mr. Chair, would have to follow yung issuance or creation of the plantilla positions, which means that the creation of the position would have to be submitted to the DBM para maisama po siya doon sa provision ng funding.
Okay, so this will, yes, any reaction?
So I agree with her, Your Honor, that the problem is with respect to the funding. So automatic na yung creation ng prosecutorial positions, but there's a need for the funding of these positions. Yung wala naman kailangan yung salaries, yung mga benefits, no, yung building, yung wala naman yung provincial or if the building is located sa province, meron naman building. What we need only is the sweldo, the salaries
So
of these.
there is no additional measure or initiative that should emanate from the Congress kasi meron ng batas. So the creation of new courts should enable the DBM to tap the funding sources appropriate to fund Republic Act 10071.
The funding for it, Mr.
Meron ng batas na nag-authorize sa inyo.
Yes, Mr. Chair. However, we would not know if the courts are actually organized unless the Supreme Court and the PAO informs the DBM for the creation of the plantilla positions.
So Supreme Court ito. So pag nag-issue kayo ng certification sa DBM, automatic yon, kasali yung fiscal, kasali yung PAO. Tama po ba yan? It's parang certification. This is to inform the DBM that the following branches are now has been organized and are now in operation.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Supporting lang nila yon.
But Your Honor, I cannot speak for the prosecution service and the PAO with respect to, of course, the personnel expenses, and budget for the positions that are created with the creation of new courts. But in our case, what usually happens is that if a law, for example, is passed today, the funding will not come immediately, Your Honor. We have to we have to go to the DBM. Of course, a resolution first will have to come from the Supreme Court saying that there is a law creating a particular branch. This resolution goes to the DBM for funding, Your Honor, the issuance of what is referred to as the NOSCA, Your Honor. And when it comes out, Your Honor, that's the time that we have it published for an application. And then when there is an appointment, the first that is to be funded, or at least there should be funding, is already the judge, Your Honor. So ganun po yun, it takes about 2 years, Your Honors, before it happens.
But you will agree with me that the most important move here is for the Supreme Court to declare that said branch has been organized. Kasi hindi naman pwedeng magkaroon ng additional PAO at fiscal na walang court. So pag sinabi may court, automatic na may PAO at may fiscal. Di ba? Tsaka i-recognize ng DBM and Republic Act 10071 would authorize you to tap whatever resources is available. Di ba ho yun? So
Yes,
pag
sir.
sinabi ni Supreme Court na organized na, operational na, ibig sabihin, automatic, may fiscal na at may PAW.
Yeah.
Follow na. Hindi mauna si PAW, hindi mauna si fiscal.
Your
Diba?
Honor,
Ganun, susunod na rin si LGU.
may I be recognized, Your Honor?
Yes.
Actually, the Public Attorney's Office also has the same predicament with the NPS. So we will also be requesting for the corresponding increase in the number of public attorney positions, Your Honor, at a ratio of one public attorney for every organized sala, and the corresponding increase in the number of administrative and support staff thereto, Your Honor. So we're also asking.
You are covered by Republic Act 9406.
Yes, Your Honor, pursuant to that.
Yes. Yung Fiscal's Office is covered by Republic Act 10071. Kayo covered kayo ng Republic Act 9406.
Yes, Your Honor.
So you will not need another congressional authorization. Nandun na yun. Nandun na yun. So kailangan na lang magsalita si Supreme Court na organized na, to follow si DOJ, to follow si PAW, i-recognize kayo ng DBM, si DBM itatap na yung pwedeng pagkunan ng pera.
Your Honor.
Yun lang yun. Hindi na tayo kailangan magawa ng batas na tuwing ito, ganito. Ano yan, covered na kayo ng dalawang batas. So, Justice?
Your Honor, like in our case, kahit na-created na po yung court, kailangan ho ng budget ho yun. So usually, it takes 2 years for that to happen. Kasi nga, yung NOSCA po is issued upon processing by the DBM. Ang sinasabi ko namin is siguro yung predicament na nila ng both ng prosecution at saka ng PAW is parang yung NOSCA, kung may NOSCA dapat na ibibigay po doon, ganun din po yun, hindi lalabas yun hanggat hindi nila nire-request. So parang ganun po yung so mauna kami, kasi hindi sila pwede mauna sa amin eh.
Pinsaying.
Yes po.
Yes. So, fast can you have that NOSCA release? Ano yung sabihin ng NOSCA? Notice of?
Organizational staffing and compensation action.
Yes. Okay. So how fast can you issue a NOSCA? Naman 2 years. And that
No, Mr.
unmanageable level na yung mga husgado.
No, Mr. Chair. Based on the Citizens Charter, I believe we are to act on it within 60 working days or 60 days upon receipt of the request.
So that's reasonable. 60 days.
Okay lang po yun. They may be acting on it. But kasi po, when we submit a budget to Congress, we can only propose, for example, to create a court in Antipolo, for example, if there is a NOSCA. So, hindi kami pwede mag-propose sa Congress ng walang NOSCA. So, usually, yun yung hinihintay po namin.
Your Honor.
Isn't the approval, for instance, of House Bill, yung ano kanina, yung nabotas, pag na-approve yun, isn't that the congressional authority for the issuance of a NOSCA? You don't have to return to Congress and seek for another authorization. That's already the authorization.
Yes.
That's the legislative imprimatur that you can proceed.
Kasi po
You
yung...
spend, organize, etc., etc.
Kasi po, Your Honor, the NOSCA kasi also includes not only the position of the judge but also of the staff. Kasi in the law, hindi nakalagay lahat po yung staff na kini-create. When you create a court, you do not include in the law all the positions that will be created. That's taken care of by the NOSCA.
So how many, kaya tinatanong ko sa simula natin how many staff would be needed per sala?
Sa amin po ngayon, sa RTC po, Your Honor, at present, it's only 12, regular.
Take note of that kasi lalagyan natin ang Comsec, Attorney Mortel, ilalagay natin doon sa batas kung ilan na yung kailangang clerk of court, stenographer, clerk, pati janitor, ilagay natin para klaro na kagad. Pag-approve ng batas, minus ka na. Di ba? Payag kayong ganon?
Well, to a certain extent.
Kung yan ang concern nyo, ilagay na natin yung, for instance, pursuant to the foregoing provisions, the appropriate judicial staff comprising of 1 clerk of court, 2 stenographers, 1 janitor, 1 are hereby included, subject to existing civil service regulations. Tapos.
Yes po.
We'll make the law complete. Tapos na. Wala nang pabalik-balik sa Attorney Mortel, ano mo yan? Sasama natin sa batas para isang pasada na lang.
Okay po yun, Your Honor. Kaya lang yun na. Sa prosecution, ganun din. You will identify the staff.
Prosecution is covered by Republic Act 171. POW is covered by Republic Act 9406.
But I think, but insofar as only the position of prosecutors created, pero may staff po din sila eh. Kaya similar to our case, Your Honor, that's why the NOSCA takes care of it. Through a it starts with the resolution of the court stating which positions are created.
Kaya inabot ng 2 years. Ay matagal nga yun. Ito, bibilisan natin to. Siguro nakabawas tayo dito ng mga 6 na buwan. Pag nilagay natin yung complete staff requirement. Di ba? Nandun na yun. Pati security guard, yung bantay sa gabi na ilagay natin sa batas. So, Congresswoman Divine, are you still there? Are there other comments concerning Pagadian? Wala na? From DBM, wala na? So, Congresswoman, fiesta pa ba dyan?
Opo, Mr. Chair, 1 week po hanggang Sunday. Punta kayo dito.
Hindi mo ako naimbitahan. Last year, nandyan ako. Fiesta ng pasasalamat. Santo Niño. So, if there are no other objections coming from my colleagues, House Bill 8248, creating 2 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court and 2 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the 9th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Pagadian, province of Zamboanga del Sur, subject to the amendments raised a while ago and appropriating funds, therefore, and amending Batas Pambansa 129 is hereby approved. The same will be submitted to the plenary for consideration. Congratulations, Congresswoman Divine.
Thank you po. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Give my regards to Governor Victor.
Yes po.
Tagang salamat, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We now consider House Bill, sino pa ba nandito? Ito, controversial na ito. Congressman Roby Puno of Antipolo. We now consider House Bill 8249. Creating additional courts in the 4th Judicial Region, Antipolo Province of Rizal, authored principally by Congressman Roberto V. Puno. Congressman, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and to all of the members present, the senators, as well as my colleagues from the Congress. Good morning, as well as the resource persons present. Good morning po. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to sponsor House Bill 8249. To provide context, Mr. Chairman, as per the latest records in the courts of Antipolo City, the total caseload of our municipal trial courts is 4,159, and the total caseload of our regional trial courts is 13,368. For an average per sala of 832 for municipal trial courts and 1,028 for regional trial courts. That is well above the 300 caseload figure that was mentioned by the Supreme Court earlier. There is in fact a bill that I approved in and it's Republic Act 10568, which was approved in the 15th Congress. So sometime between 2010 and 2013, where we created 15 regional trial courts. And the status of that is that out of those 15 regional trial courts, 4 are functioning, 5 have newly appointed judges but are not yet functioning for the reasons stated earlier, and there are 6 branches that are unorganized. So it has taken at least 10 years for the House Bill Republic Act 10568 to actually happen at the very least, because there are 6 more to go. Mr. Chairman, just to provide context, during the 18th Congress, a version of this bill was approved on 3rd and final reading by the House plenary and transmitted to the Senate. However, due to time constraints, the Senate counterpart bill failed to hurdle the 2nd reading. Thus, this bill is being refiled in the 19th Congress. Mr. Chairman, I first filed House Bill 1055 to create these courts. But during a House hearing where the Supreme Court was present, they made the comment and suggested that we create not 5 municipal trial courts as originally contained in House Bill 1055, but instead to make it 8 municipal trial courts upon the suggestion of the Supreme Court. And that is why House Bill 8249 is in substitution for House Bill 1055. So this bill seeks to create an additional 10 branches of the regional trial courts and 8 branches of the municipal trial courts in cities in the city of Antipolo in order to decongest the existing branches and ensure the prompt resolution of cases. Mr. Chairman, I would like to address the issue being mentioned earlier about halls of justice buildings to house these new courts.
Please proceed, Congressman.
I'm sorry?
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Yes. There are currently 2 new Hall of Justice buildings at the Antipolo City Government Center in Sitio Cabading, Barangay Inarawan, Antipolo City. This is the same place that was offered as a place for the Senate to move in case it wanted to move. But of course, the Senate chose to choose Taguig instead. There is a building 1 funded by the provincial government. It is newly built and ready for use. And building 2 funded by the national government, newly built and ready for use. And there's a building 3 to be scheduled to be built this year to the extent of a national government funding of 100 million pesos. So we're ready, Mr. Chairman, to accommodate these new judges. In fact, the judges, as we speak, are being moved now from the Sumulong Memorial Center to Building 1 in Antipolo City. The importance of timely resolution of court cases cannot be overstated. The immediate passage of this bill is sought as we strive for a legal system that operates with efficiency, integrity, and compassion. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Puno. Yung tinatanong po kanina kay Justice Villanueva, ito po ay creation ng 10 additional branches ng regional trial courts and lower level court 8 additional branches. Pero meron pong sinasabi kanina na unorganized newly created branches 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, 149, 150 and 151 sa RTC. At sa lower court naman po ay branch 1, 2 and 4. So paano po ito mare-reconcile doon sa proposal ngayon na meron pa tayong 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 unorganized but created by law.
Okay.
Ano ba yung 2 years na sinasabi?
May I comment on that?
Congressman?
Yes.
Yes.
Just to update, Mr. Chairman, the municipal trial courts, all 5 branches that are created under the laws have all been created and are functioning. So just to update you po, wala na pong kulang sa municipal trial court.
I am sorry, baka mali itong figures ko. Hindi updated ito.
Ngayon po, sa regional trial courts, there are 4 that are functioning from the 15 that the Republic Act 10568 created. There are 4 that are already functioning. There are 5 with newly appointed judges but not yet functioning po. And then there are 6 that are unorganized. Yun po ang status ngayon.
There are only 6 unorganized, not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So
Yes, Mr.
there are
Chairman.
now 6 kasi baka ano na to, antiquated na tong papel sa harapan ko ngayon. Any comment, Justice Villanueva?
Yes, Your Honor.
There are 6 unorganized, and then there is a request here for additional 10 RTCs.
Yes, Your Honor. I confirm, Your Honor, that with respect to the first level courts, the MTCCs in Antipolo, all 5 have been duly organized already. It used to be 2, only Your Honors, nagdagdag ng 3. Organized na po yung 3. Now, with respect to the 15, the additional, I confirm as well that there are only 6 remaining unorganized courts, Your Honor, because there were already appointments first to the first 4, and then nagkaroon ng recent appointments to the to 5 courts in Antipolo. So 9 na po yung na-organized na yun. All of these are, once the 5 new judges have been trained, Your Honors, they will be able to discharge their judicial duties. They will serve as assisting judges in the meantime because they do not have complete staff yet. But the moment that they have a sufficient number of staff, then they will be separated from the courts that they are assisting. So in other words, rarafalan na po lahat yan. So 6 na lang po yung pinag-uusapan. So and that is confirmed, Your Honor. Likewise, out of the 13 that are existing right now, kasi we have a total of 13 existing RTCs and family courts. Wala pa ho yung 5 na binanggit ko po. 10,911 na po ang caseload niyan. 839 cases, no, on the average. So yung dagdag na 5 would be able to help, no, in at least, no, easing the workload, no, of the 13 existing courts, Your Honors. And likewise, with respect to the existing 5 MTCCs, they have a total of 3,169 caseload or an average of 633. That's why the proposal to add 8 MTCCs would also help in, of course, addressing, no, the disposition of cases in the first level courts in Antipolo. But with this huge number of courts that will be created, Your Honors, 10 kung sa RTCs in addition to the 6 that are still unorganized, 16 na po yan. A huge, a big hall of justice is really needed, Your Honors. So yun lang ang concern namin palagi. And yung OCC namin, the Office of the Clerks of Court, madadagdagan po yung personnel po niyan. So magkakaroon din ng additional plantilla positions, Your Honor.
So what you're saying, Justice, is this. There is now an existing 29 RTCs in Antipolo. 21.
Actually, 13 plus 5, that's 18 already, Your Honors. 13 plus 5, 18.
Sa website nyo kasi 21.
Kasi po, we have branches 71 to 74, that's 4. 97 to 100, that's another 4. And then 137 to 140, that's another 4. 12 po yan, plus 1 family court, that's 13, Your Honor.
So if it's
13 plus 5, like I said, may bago kasing 5.
So ilan ang total?
18 po.
18.
Yes po.
So if it is 18 and then we add the 6
The 6, that's 20.
soon to be organized, ilan na yun?
24 po, Your Honor.
24.
Tapos magdadagdag pa ho ng 10.
It will be 34 RTCs.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
What's your comment here? 34 RTCs?
34 RTCs requires a big hall of justice, Your Honor. Parang level na po yan ng level na po yan ng parang Makati, yes, Your Honor, QC.
Quezon City.
And of course, malayo pa sa Manila dahil more than 70 po yun eh.
So, ang kailangan ba talaga natin ay 34 RTCs?
If we base it on the caseload, Your Honor, kaya po yun. It will help, Your Honor, if that is the intention, Your Honor. But sa amin, siyempre, organize po na namin yung 6 before we, of course, we organize any additional courts, Your Honor.
Congressman Puno, so right now we have 18. We will soon be seeing the birth of another 6. That will be 24. And then if you add another 10, that will be 34.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Congressman Puno?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the resulting figure will be 34 regional trial courts and 13 municipal trial courts. And we have 3 halls of justice buildings that will house all of those. Kasya po at kayang-kaya namin.
Okay. Is that really the need? Siguro ang tanong ni Justice, is that really the need of
Mr. Chairman,
city of
Mr.
Antipolo.
Chairman, based on the current caseload, at least my figures,
Yes,
Justice was mentioning numbers that are not familiar to me, but according to my records, if we have, as the latest records, 4,159 a caseload of 4,159 in the MTCCs and 13,368 in the regional trial courts. Even assuming that we have 13 municipal trial courts and 34 regional trial courts, that average caseload would be 320 for municipal trial courts and 393 for regional trial courts, assuming not a single new case is ever filed in Antipolo between now and the creation of those courts. Mr. Chairman, we're still under in terms of the figure that the Justice himself mentioned as being manageable. Chairman.
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, in our comment, Your Honor, we support the creation of these additional courts. We are just saying that it needs a big hall of justice, Your Honors, to house all
So
of
you're now worried about the infrastructure itself.
I'm just saying that
The need is the felt need is there.
yes, Your Honor.
So pareho na to ng Makati.
Yes, Your Honor. Kailangan lang talaga ng courts
Yung
talaga.
ba mga ibang court sa Makati, lipat sa Taguig? Ano ba ang mangyayari doon?
Hindi po, Your Honor.
Same sa Makati pa rin.
Yes po, nasa Makati lang. Nag-a-assist lang po sila, Your Honor.
Anong courts ng Taguig?
7 po. 7 na RTCs po.
So mas marami pa ang Antipolo sa Taguig.
Yes po, Your Honor. Yes po.
Okay. Judge, Congressman Roby, kina-clarify ko lang to. Don't misquote me. Judge Pedro, your position on this?
The proposed is considering the number of loads in Antipolo. I think the additional 10 courts, totally for RTC, 34 courts will be reasonable, Your Honor.
Be 34.
Yes, considering the number of caseloads now pending in Antipolo, I think 34 RTC judges would be helpful for the disposition of cases.
Justice?
Your Honor, may I just point out that the jurisdiction of Antipolo City covers not only the city of Antipolo but also Taytay and Cainta. Actually, what we did in the meantime was to, based on Section 18, we redefined the jurisdiction of some of these Antipolo courts to just handle cases coming from Cainta and Taytay, Your Honor. Kasi malaki yung bulk ng ano na yun. So, when I say this, hindi lang yung lahat ng total ng ng Antipolo will be handled by the 34, Your Honor, but they're also handling specifically cases from Taytay and Cainta, which to my mind sana can be also considered by the sponsor kasi while Antipolo is a big city, Your Honor, meron lang talagang need din po yung Cainta and Taytay, Your Honor. Thank you.
What would you want the sponsor to hear? Na magkaroon din ng structure sa Taytay and Cainta?
Aside from that, Your Honor, kasi there's only one family court created by law in Cainta. So, kumbaga sa that's an RTC level. But for both Taytay and Cainta, separately na RTC, wala po siya. Lahat panay Antipolo.
Congressman Roby?
Yes, it's my understanding, Mr. Chairman, that currently cases from Cainta and Taytay are being forwarded to the city of Antipolo. Let me just point out that Antipolo has been cited as the most populous city in Calabarzon. And it is the seventh most populous city in the country as of the 2020 census. And Mr. Chairman, we are housing them in 3 Hall of Justice buildings and in an area called Kabadi, which is the government property is 77 hectares large, Mr. Chairman. So kayang-kaya, kasang-kasa. Walang problema po.
Congressman, at least clarified na tayo ngayon. And would the good sponsor agree to have that amendment which we envision to be part of all the bills that would include the staffing structure of the clerk of court, other clerical positions, stenographers be included in the measure so that the NOSCA would automatically be triggered, Congressman Puno?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, as long as anything that can help speed up the process of organizing these courts, because I have passed a bill that is 10 years in the making pa rin ang fulfillment ng court creations, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman. We will be helping you in this measure. So the committee secretariat is likewise instructed to facilitate the inclusion of a section that would include the clerical structure subject to civil service rules and regulations. Please take note of that. Congressman, salamat po. I think wala na akong maitatanong tungkol dito. Just modesty aside, I've also been helping your city in having a new modern jail facilities for this year sa Antipolo. So
Yes, Mr.
without
Chairman, thank you.
without objections coming from my colleagues, House Bill 8249, creating 10 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court and 8 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in cities, the 4th Judicial Region, to be stationed in the city of Antipolo, province of Rizal, is hereby approved and the same will be submitted to the plenary for its consideration. Congratulations, Congressman
Mr. Chairman, and thank you all to all of the wonderful comments provided by our resource persons. Maraming salamat po and good afternoon to you all.
Maraming salamat po, Congressman Puno. Now go to
Mr. Chairman, may I lead?
Dalawa na lang, Justice. Kasi nakakaya may dalawa tayong congressman dito. Pag umalis kayo, sinong sasagot in your behalf? Dalawa na lang to. We'll make this quick. Congressman Kari of Bye-Bye.
Morning.
Is recognized.
Hello.
The committee is now considering House Bill 6584. Creation of RTC in the 8th Judicial Region, Special Court for Drug Cases, Bye-Bye City, Province of Leyte. Congressman Carl Kari, you're recognized.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move that this committee consider House Bill number 6584, an act creating one additional branch of the Regional Trial Court to be designated as a special court for drugs cases in the 8th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Bye-Bye, province of Leyte, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amendment. I further move that my explanatory note to be adopted as my sponsorship speech. And I hope that Mr. Chair would also recognize that the city of Bye-Bye is present here in our committee hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman. Isang tanong lang siguro ay pati kay Justice Villanueva. Bakit po specifically for drugs cases dito sa to be created branch? Wala ba ho justice na special court na dinedesignate sa yes
For that handle drugs. Your Honor, I may just inform, I may disclose with due respect to this committee that the city of Bye-Bye has one existing regional trial court. And this regional trial court actually handles all kinds of cases, Your Honor, except commercial courts if it's not designated as a special commercial court. So in other words, it handles also drugs cases, Your Honor. So the creation of another regional trial court in the city of Bye-Bye would make it 2, Your Honor, so it becomes a multi-sala station. To our minds, Your Honors, even if we do not designate or call it a special drugs court, it will handle drugs court, Your Honor, if together with the other branch, if it is created, Your Honor.
So Justice, you are in agreement that there is no need to have this designation as a special court for drugs cases. There is no need to specify this.
With the permission of the honorable sponsor, RA the Comprehensive Drugs Act, Your Honor, already provided a provision there or a section which states that the Supreme Court should designate special drugs courts, Your Honor. So even without this particular designation in the law, that is something that can be done for this court that will be created, Your Honor.
So if it is a general RTC,
It can be designated. Once created, Your Honor. It can be designated.
pero pag dinesignate as a special court for drugs cases, baka hindi na siya mag-assume ng jurisdiction sa ibang...
Yes, Your Honor. It might not be able to handle other kinds of cases other than drugs cases, Your Honor. Usually, a general regional trial court a regional trial court with general jurisdiction can be designated as a special court to handle drugs cases and also handle some civil cases, Your Honors.
Congressman Kari, ang sinasabi po ni Justice, kung narinig nyo, there is no need to mention a special court for drugs cases kasi sila po yung nagde-designate para...
Well, we can. Pursuant to RA 9165, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Congressman?
Sa sinabi po ni Justice, sinabi po niya na pwede mag-specify ng court, no, ng like this drug court. Tama po ba, Justice?
Your Honor, what we're saying is that even without saying that this will be a special designated drugs court, and we just create one additional regional trial court in Baybay City, Your Honor, once created, we can designate the Supreme Court pursuant to RA 9165 can designate this as a special drugs court, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, I agree with the court administrator, Your Honor.
So,
Create na lang ng one regional trial court.
We delete the phrase to be designated special court for drugs cases. So general RTC na lang po yun, Congressman. You're amenable to that? Para si Supreme Court na lang ang magde-designate at yung RTC makahandle din ng other cases at makatulong. Ilan ang RTC ho ngayon, Justice?
Isa, Your Honor, with the caseload, ang caseload ng existing 147 lang po, Your Honor.
Yes, but can you commit, Justice, na once this court is created, ito siguro yung gusto ni Congressman, once this court is created, i-designate din ito na special court for drug cases.
Yes, Your Honor. Wala pong problema. We will recommend that to the Supreme Court.
Congressman?
With his recommendation...
Do you accept that, Congressman?
Yes, I accept.
Thank you, Congressman. So, Judges Association, any comment on this? No comment on this. So, we will likewise include that amendment that we include the staffing pattern for this court. So,
isa lang na lang po, Your Honor, with your permission. Kasi magiging multi-sala sa Your Honor. So, comment ko lang additional na OCC, Office of the Clerk of Court, and of course, a bigger hall of justice na to house the two courts, the three, including the OCC.
Congressman, mas malaki daw pong building ang kailangan dito? Congressman?
Okay lang.
Kasi mga kailangan na ng Clerk of Court?
Kasi may inalat ata yung local government na lupa para sa court.
Solve na yung problem.
Salamat po.
Nagawa na ng paraan ni Congressman Kari. So without objection on the part of my colleagues and with the concurrence of the good congressman from Leyte, the amendment to delete the phrase designated special court for drugs cases, House Bill 6584, creating one additional regional trial court in the 8th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Baybay, province of Leyte, is hereby approved and the same will be submitted to the plenary for its consideration. Congratulations, Congressman Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Salamat.
Salamat.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I excuse myself from this?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman. We now proceed to House Bill, ano ba yung kay Congressman? House Bill 8247. an creating creating an RTC in the 4th Judicial Region, Municipality of Calawag, Province of Quezon. And we recognize the virtual presence of Congressman Kit Tan of the Province of Quezon. Congressman, you have the floor for House Bill 8247.
Thank you po, Mr.
Justice. Yes, go ahead, Congressman.
Thank you po, Mr. Chair. Magandang tanghali po sa ating lahat. I would like to thank our good senators, particularly Chair Tolentino, for including House Bill number 8247 in today's agenda. May I also greet our resource persons and esteemed members of the House who are with us today. Basically, the bill was approved by the House on third and final reading during the 17th, 18th, and this present Congress. It started as just one additional RTC branch, which was made into two when it was approved during the 17th Congress, then from two additional RTC branch, which was made into four when it was approved during the 18th Congress upon the recommendation of the Supreme Court. Basically, the fundamental intent of the bill is to help realize the Constitution's mandate that gives each person the right to a speedy disposition of their cases before all judicial bodies. With that, Your Honors, may I respectfully request the favorable consideration of this proposal. Thank you at magandang tanghali po ulit sa ating lahat.
Thank you, Congressman. Kit, Supreme Court Justice, kayo pala dati 2, kayo ang nag-recommend na gawing 4?
Your Honor, because at that time, we felt that the caseload was heavy because there is only one RTC in Calawag province, Your Honor. Of course, it has reduced. It has been reduced substantially, but nonetheless, the 4 additional branches would still be ideal for purposes of course, easing the disposition of cases in Calawag. And likewise, Your Honors, well, in the event that these 4 additional regional trial courts will be created, then there will be a need for a bigger hall of justice to house. And likewise, if there is a need for us to, upon recommendation to the Supreme Court, to increase the number of municipalities that will be covered by these courts for more courts, for more cases to be handled by it, then that will be done so pursuant to Section 18 of PP 129, Your Honor. So we maintain our support to this particular proposal, Your Honor.
Right now, there is just one RTC station in Calawag, Quezon?
Yes, Your Honor, with a caseload already of 851.
So magiging 5 sila?
Yes, Your Honor.
So 851
so more or less about 200, 851. If you divide it by 5, that's more or less 200 plus, Your Honor.
Manageable level?
Yes, Your Honor.
Below manageable level?
Yes, it's better than the manageable level, Your Honor.
So, Congressman Tan, the next question probably here would be the availability of a structure that would include an office. This is a multi-sala of the clerk of court. May structure na ba po tayo doon, Congressman?
Mr. Chair, the provincial government has a lot situated in Calawag, and they are more than willing to donate the said lot for that purpose. As for the structure, we'll coordinate with the provincial government or with other national agencies for the construction of said building, Hall of Justice.
So, Justice, ito pong 5 RTCs, ang jurisdiction nito, maliwanag na?
Yes, Your Honor. There is parang aside from Calawag, there are other municipalities where cases will be filed before Calawag, Your Honor. So meron na, identified na po yan.
Can we include that as part of the amendment? Para maliwanag, in the same manner as we included the jurisdiction of the Regional Trial Court of San Juan, Batangas. Iliwanag na natin. Can we have that, kung ano-ano yung coverage nito?
Doon sa pursuant to Section 18, Your Honor, it will be the Supreme Court will do that. If we will put it in the bill, Supreme Court po kasing gagawa nun. So until such time that the courts are created, that's the time that the Supreme Court can define or redefine
Kanina
territorial jurisdiction.
sa San Juan, Batangas, yun ang suggestion nyo.
Yes po, Your Honor. That's why the suggested provision is that the Supreme Court will be the one to define or redefine the territorial jurisdiction for Rosario and for San Juan, Your Honor, pursuant to Section 18 of BP 129.
Ganun na rin sa Calawag.
Kung pwede, yes, Your Honor. Although dito, no need yet in the meantime because may territorial jurisdiction na po ang Calawag at present because we have one RTC already.
What about the adjoining towns? Calawag.
Kasi identified po ngayon, depende po, Your Honor. But in the meantime, for example, in Calawag, aside from Calawag, I think 2 or 3 more municipalities identified na po talaga yon.
Gumaka ba, Congressman, kasama dito?
Separate po yung Gumaka, Your Honor.
Separate ang Gumaka.
It has a separate
Ginyangan
RTC,
and
Your Honor.
Tagkawayan po.
Ano po, Congressman?
Mr. Chair, Ginyangan and Tagkawayan. Yung the
Tagkawayan.
towns near Bicol na po.
Ayan. So dalawa lang.
Oo.
Yes po.
So, Comsec, take note of that. Judges Association, any comment on this?
No comment, Your Honor.
8 fiscals and 4 PAUs to be deployed. So without objections on the part of my colleagues, the House Bill 8247, creating 4 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Calawag, Quezon, is hereby approved and the same will be referred to the plenary for its consideration. Congratulations, Congressman Kit. Give my regards to Governor Helen. Kumusta na lang?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will do po.
Mabuhay po kayo.
Thank you po.
So, Justice,
Thank you, po, Mr.
thank you, Congressman. Justice, you can be excused.
Yeah, thank you po. I'm really sorry I cannot stay for the duration of the committee hearing, Your Honor, because I have to travel to Ilocos Sur. But may I just make a short comment lang regarding the Sharia courts, Your Honor? Because
Most likely defer consideration of the creation of Sharia courts
thank you.
today. 1, because of the absence of the principal sponsor, Senator Robin Hood Padilla. 2, because of lack of material time.
Okay, thank you. In that case,
So you will have your sufficient time to give your appropriate comments.
thank you so much, Your Honor.
When we reconvene for that important Sharia measure.
Yes. To replace me with respect to comments coming from the Office of the Court Administrator, Attorney Marilu Anigan is the Chief of Office of our Court Management Office. Maraming salamat po.
Salamat, Justice, and Happy New Year. To physically, virtually present. Okay na lahat, ano? At dito na lang tayo sa mga represented here. The committee will now consider House Bill 6583, creation of RTC in the 10th Judicial Region, San Jose and Basilisa, Province of Dinagat Island, principally sponsored by Congressman Alan Ecleo, represented here by Attorney Yutan of the Lone District of Dinagat Island.
Good morning, Mr.
House
Chair.
Bill 6583.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. If I may proceed.
Go ahead.
For expediency, the good congressman of Dinagat Island would like to adopt or would like that his explanatory note be adopted as his sponsorship speech for today's bill, consideration of his bill. In addition, he would like to reiterate that the Lone District of Dinagat Islands is a relatively young constituency, having only been established as a province and a lone district in 2007. As with the rise in population, demand for access to justice and the legal system also increased. Currently, there is only one regional court having jurisdiction over Dinagat Islands, and the same seat is in Surigao del Norte. To get there and appear in cases or file complaints and petitions, residents of Dinagat Islands would have to take at least 2 land-based rides and 1 ferry boat ride for a one-way trip. This situation makes justice unnecessarily expensive and laborious on the part of litigants and petitioners. The creation of the court in the municipalities of San Jose and Basilisa provides Dinagatnons sufficient access to justice. In view of the foregoing, the creation of three regional trial courts in San Jose and 2 municipal trial courts in Basilisa through the passage of this bill is respectfully sought. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, overall, there will be 3 additional RTCs and how many municipal trial court? 2.
Yes, sir.
So you're seeking 5. Supreme Court, any comment on this?
Good morning, Your Honor. The caseload of RTC Dinagat Island is 1,274. So that is beyond the manageable caseload. We recommend the creation of 3 additional RTCs in Dinagat Island. And as to the MTC, presently we do not have MTCs, municipal trial courts in San Jose and Basilisa. We only have the MCTC Dinagat, Basilisa, Cagdianao, and MCTC Loreto, Libojo, and Tubahon. So if we have to create the 2 MTC in San Jose and in Basilia, we should circuitize the MCTC Dinagat, Basilisa, Cagdianao.
Babawasan po ng load si Basilisa,
MCTC po.
Cagdianao.
Yes po. Dinagat, Basilisa, and Cagdianao. Yeah.
So yun ang madidiklag.
Yes po. Madide-circuitize. So mawawala po ang jurisdiction ng MCTC Dinagat, Basilisa, and Cagdianao.
What about the manageable level?
Okay lang naman. The caseload is also manageable, considering that this is a MCTC po.
Sabi niyo, ma'am, kanina, attorney, papunta pa ng Surigao?
Yes, Mr. Chair, for regional trial court, sir.
Regional trial court.
At present po, Your Honor, the RTC is stationed in
San
Surigao.
What about the RTC in San Jose?
It's stationed po kasi we only have 1 RTC for Dinagat Island. That's in San Jose.
That's 2.
No, we only have, Your Honor, we only have po 1.
Akala ko 2. 1 is designated as a family court.
Hindi pa po siya operational.
Vacant. So when will it be issued a NOSCA?
I think this is in the 4th tranche of the FC. Ang statutory courts po sa 4th tranche wala pa po siyang NOSCA. That's why hindi pa po siya organized. But we have already requested the DBM for the NOSCA for that 4th tranche of the statutory family courts. We are just still awaiting po for the approval.
So in effect, if a NOSCA is issued as to the family court and this measure is approved, 4 additional RTCs will be created.
Yes po. In that case po, as echoing what the court administrator mentioned, we need an office of the court administrator, office of the clerk of court, and a bigger hall of justice to house all these courts po.
Hindi naman sosobra ang court? Hindi sosobra ang court?
Malaki po kasi ang caseload ng Dinagat Island. It's 1,274 po. So if we divide that into 4 courts, it will be within the manageable threshold.
It will be 5.
5. So less
we
than...
We have an existing 2 and filled up yung family court and then plus additional 3.
Yes.
So you will have 5 RTCs. Hindi ba sosobra?
Manageable na po kasi ang average lang po nila magiging 200 plus. So that is a very manageable caseload po. So below the 300 caseload threshold.
But just the same, you will need how many fiscals?
Yes.
10. And 5 PAUs.
6 rounds.
Huh? Yes, once operational. Diba? So 3 additional
Three,
plus the existing. So there, that will be 5. So 5 times 2 is 10. 10 fiscals and then 5 PAUs.
Your Honor, I think we need 6 PAUs kasi ang hinihingi po nila is 3 RTC and 2 MTC. And then
Yes.
one not operational.
Correct, correct.
So 6 PAU, Your Honor.
Madami to. DBM?
Mr. Chair, we are already coordinating with our bureau if we did receive a request for the issuance of NOSCA for the family trial court that was mentioned.
Yung sinasabi pong 4th tranche, hanggang ilang tranche ba to?
Just, Your Honor, 4th tranches po yun.
4. So last na ito.
Yes po.
Itong i-create na bago, pang ilang tranche yun?
Ay,
4.5.
Existing na po yung family court. So,
i-create natin bago.
yung what I'm mentioning, Your Honor, is yung tranches po, it only refers po to the creation of the statutory family courts. Pero ito po, this is a separate because this is only a creation of the regular courts po.
Okay. So, hindi naman tayo sosobra ng court sa Dinagat, ha?
Manageable na po yun.
Super manageable. Kasi sarap mag-RTC dito. Wala ka masyadong hawak na kaso na. But just the same, if it would improve the dispensation of justice, I think that there is no disagreement. Philippine Judges Association?
Yes, considering that the structure and the staffing pattern and the number of caseloads, we don't have any objection to the proposed bill.
What about the structure? LGU ang gagastos?
For San Jose, Your Honor, there are already existing structures already funded as per rehabilitation efforts after Typhoon Odette. And for Basilisa, yes, the LGU will be more than willing to provide for the structure, Your Honor.
Since this will be a multi-station court, dapat may sufficient room for the clerk of court.
Yes, Your Honor. We've also taken note of the previous requests and manifestations of the fiscals, Your Honor, for the offices of the fiscals.
Okay, subject to the same amendment to place a staffing pattern provision. House Bill 6583 is hereby approved, creating 3 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 10th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of San Jose, province of Dinagat Islands, and 2 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in the municipalities of San Jose and Basilisa, province of Dinagat Islands. Same is hereby approved.
Your Honor, please, before the approval, may we ask also the LGU to provide office space for the PAO, considering this is a
LGU
separate localities, Your Honor.
Same motion is noted, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The same is approved and will be referred to the plenary for its consideration.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We now proceed to House Bill. Tapos na ata tayo, ah. In sequence, House Bill 8250. Regional Trial Court, creating Regional Trial Court, the 11th Judicial Region, Panabo, Province of Davao del Norte, sponsored by Congressman Alan Duhali. Representative
Thank
Villar.
you, Mr. Chair. And to the other members of the HOR who are here today and the resource persons, in behalf of Congressman Alan Duhali, I would like to submit that the explanatory note be his sponsorship. Let me also add that to date, IGACOS has only a family court which was operationalized last March 2022. As such, people from the island would have to cross the Davao Gulf to Davao City and travel all the way to Panabo in order to attend the regular courts. As such, we submit the creation of 2 additional branches of the RTC, one in Island Garden City of Samal and the other one in Panabo. Thank you, Your Honor.
At present, Panabo has 2 RTCs and 1 FC in Panabo. With the total caseload is 1,688. An average caseload of 563. As mentioned earlier, this is beyond the threshold of 300 cases, which is considered as manageable. We have one FC in the island garden city of Samal with 96 caseload as of November, considering that this was only organized recently. So to bring the court closer to the residents of Island Garden of Samal, and considering that this is a tourist destination, we recommend no, we do not object to the creation of the 2 additional RTCs to be stationed in the Island Garden city of Samal. But we also request that an OCC be included, considering that we have 2 courts. So one OCC in Panabo and one OCC in Samal Island.
The local government unit take care of that?
Yes, Your Honor. The local government executives, the local chief executives in those 2 areas manifested through a resolution their willingness to support these 2 additional trial courts.
Your Honor.
The main purpose of this measure is to bring the courts in proximity with the residents. But isn't it a fact that there is going to be a new bridge constructed between Davao City and the Island Garden city of Samal to be completed soon, which will just cut travel time from 1 hour to 10 minutes without the use of Aroro?
Yes, Your Honor, but to date, only to be able to ride a ferry boat from Samal Island to Davao City, it would take you at least an hour. That is, if it is not a holiday, but during weekends and holidays, usually the long queue would entail around 2 hours to be able to board a ferry boat. And also,
Mayayari yung tulay?
based on projection, not in the next 5 or 6 years, Your Honor.
Yung tulay, isang ganun lang, ano? Kahit magpa-postpone ka, balik ka uli doon sa ano, di ba? Magkape ka muna sa Davao, tapos balik ka uli sa Igacus. Tama ba?
Yes, sir, but to date, it is too taxing for the people of Samal to travel, just to attend their cases, to travel from the island city towards Panabo. It would take them at least 2 to 2.5 hours, one way.
The committee notes of
Your Honor.
that
For the PAW, Your Honor, considering that this is an island city, or also, Your Honor, may we request the LGU to provide space for our office?
ng LGU ng jet ski. Yung
Pwede po.
para mabilis kayo doon. You can have your lunch. Any comment on that request, LGU? Coming from PAW? Yung office space nila, will that be shouldered by the LGU?
Again, Your Honor, the local chief executive manifested through a resolution their support for the creation of the needed facilities for this RTC.
So, Judges Association?
Yes, considering the earlier manifestation from the representative of the said province regarding the structure, the accommodation of the new judges, we have no objection to the proposed bill, Your Honor.
Will be a very good posting because this is a tourist area. Kahit sino ma-assign dito na judge or fiscal. Maganda itong Island Garden City of Samal. So marami siguro mag-a-apply dito. So we will have 2 additional branches of the RTC, and then there are now existing 3 one in of the 3, how many will be stationed in the Island Garden City of Samal?
Your Honor, 2.
2.
Based on the...
So there will be 3 in Samal and 4 in Panabo. Tama?
No, sir. To date, there's only 1 family court in Samal, and we're requesting for 1 regular court, 1 RTC. So there will be 1 RTC and 1 family court in Samal. And the other RTC that we are requesting is for Panabo. So in Panabo, there will be 1 family court and another regular RTC.
But the proposal is for the creation of just 2 additional branches of RTC, correct?
Yes, sir, but there's already an existing family court in Samal Island.
Samal, yes, correct. So with the same amendment, with the same provision that should include a staffing pattern for clerks, etc., etc. Without objection on the part of my colleagues, House Bill 8250, creating 2 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 11th Judicial Region to be stationed in the Island Garden City of Samal and in the city of Panabo, province of Davao del Norte, is hereby approved, and the same will be submitted to the plenary for its consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations na lang kay Governor. Ha? So we now proceed. Tapos na ata tayo. Meron pa ba? Mag-lunch kayo? Ilan pa yung natira? Ang dami pala nito. Okay, noon, we have House Bill 8253. 8253, creating a municipal trial court in the 10th Judicial Region in Malaybalay, province of Bukidnon. It's now under consideration. Who will speak on behalf of the sponsor? Ms. Bangkil, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, distinguished Chairperson Tolentino. In behalf of Congressman Jonathan Keith Flores of the 2nd District of Bukidnon, may we request that the explanatory note of House Bill number 8253 be enrolled as the primary author's sponsorship speech. House Bill 8253 is actually a refiled bill, and this is already approved on third reading last 18th Congress. Currently, Malaybalay has 5 regional trial courts. 3 of these are already housed in Hall of Justice located in the capital grounds of Bukidnon. 2 are already also in the compounds of the capital grounds, and 1 MTCC is also in the capital grounds of Bukidnon, Chairperson Tolentino.
So, Supreme Court, you made a comment last 22 September, 2022 September, that Malaybalay has a very manageable, meron pang very manageable caseload. Anything to add, Court Administrators?
Your Honor,
Manageable, very manageable. Is this an opposition or what?
no, no, Your Honor. And we support the creation of an additional court, MTCC, because although the caseload now is only 176, considering the expanded jurisdiction of the first level courts, I think there is a possibility of an increase in the filing of first level court cases. We support the creation of this additional court, Your Honor.
Now is how many?
176, Your Honor, as of November. So it is very manageable.
So 50 na lang ito. Ha? So 86 lang yung sa records ko.
Ito na po yung...
2020, ngayon 176 na.
Yes, Your Honor.
So divided by 2, tigilan na lang sila. Ha? Sarap mag-fiscal dito.
80.
Judges Association?
Yeah, well, I agree, Your Honor, that it's really very manageable. No, it's
In your experience, Judge, in your experience,
yes,
how many cases can you dispose of in 2 months' time?
2 months' time.
Yung mabilis.
Averaging in my case in Taguig, I dispose more or less 10 to 10 cases a month. That's full text decision, but to include archive, provisional dismissal, and so on, maybe averaging 30 cases a month.
So in 2 months, you can dispose of 60 cases.
Yes, but for full text, a reasonable decision is something like 8 to 10 cases a month. That's a full text decision. Yes. Yes.
2 months.
Yes.
20 in 2 months. So if you're assigned as a judge of Malaybalay Bukidnon, you will be able to finish all these cases in 5 months. Isa ka lang. Isa ka lang, sir. Full text. So is it the policy now of the Supreme Court to be futures forward thinking in such a way that we anticipate the number of cases to be filed or the number of cases to be resolved or
Yes, Your Honor, because we are also considering other factors like Malaybalay is a very first-class municipality.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, of course, we also take into consideration, Your Honor, the population. So the conflict arising from this population may increase. And as mentioned earlier, the expanded jurisdiction of the first level. So yung threshold po kasi ngayon parang sa first level is 2 million. Judge, 2 million ang first level. So mataas na po siya compared to before na 1 million or less than 1 million ang jurisdiction po ng first level.
meron pong bayan sa Bukidnon na part siya ng Bukidnon pero mas malapit siya sa Misamis. Ano po yun? Wala siyang exit doon sa wala siyang ingress-exit doon sa Bukidnon. Doon
Is
siya
that
sa
Pasugong, sir? In Pasugong?
palagay ko. Saan siya court? Saan?
That's also part of the second district of Bukidnon.
So anong court siya ito?
Yes, Malaybalay, sir. Malaybalay. Yeah, because that's part of the second
So but in
district
terms of
Bukidnon.
proximity, mas malapit siya sa Misamis Oriental. Tama?
Not exactly. Malapit din sa Malaybalay.
Balay-balay din.
Yes. And may improvement naman po, Senator, as of November to currently January, tumaas naman po, naging 229 naman po ang cases. Naging 229 naman po.
Hindi natin gustong dumami yung cases eh. Mas maganda punti yung
Based
cases.
on the 2020 census po, our population is already 190,712. And that's only for the second district of Bukidnon. But in the whole province of Bukidnon, more than 1 million na po ang population.
So will the local government unit take care of the additional structural support would be needed?
Mr. Chairman, yes, and perhaps we will also coordinate with other agencies, or maybe the good Senator Tolentino can also help us.
Net President is from Bukidnon. We'll ask him to support this. So I think we would also include that provision, COMSEC, to have the clerical staffing pattern part of that part of the bill.
Yes.
So
And
this would trigger the NOSCA.
Your Honor, may I also, please kindly include also the OCC because magiging two courts na po siya, multi-sala na po siya. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I be recognized, Your Honor?
Yes, yes. Next po kayo.
Your Honor, please, I was the former provincial prosecutor of Bukidnon, and that place is Malitbog. In order to
Yun yung
file a
landlord.
case, in the prosecution offices of Bukidnon, you have to pass through Cagayan de Oro City.
It's referring to that municipality. If you, it's nearer CDO than the core of Bukidnon. Malitbog. So is this under the jurisdiction of this sala that we're creating?
That's under the,
That's under the jurisdiction of Manolo Fortich, Your Honor. Under District 1 of Congressional District of Kong Alba.
So nasa periphery yun eh. Mas malapit pang pumunta ng Misamis Oriental kaysa pumunta ng Bukidnon. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. So, Comsec, wag mo na isama yun. Maguguluhan ka na doon. That's Geography 101. So, without objection on the part of my colleagues, House Bill 8253, creating one additional branch of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the 10th Judicial Region to be staged in the city of Malaybalay, province of Bukidnon, is hereby approved and the same will be submitted to the plenary for its consideration. Congratulations. Tapos na siguro tayo. Meron ba? Ako 3 pa. Pinagod niyo ako ah. 3 pa. The committee will now consider House Bill 8251, creating regional trial court in the 8th Judicial Region, Ormoc Province of Leyte. Principal authors are Congressman Richard Gomez, Juliet, Chairperson Juliet Ferrer, and others. So, Attorney Biseo,
Honorable Chair,
Tenas.
honorable members of the committee, members of the House of Representatives earlier present in this hall and in Zoom, all guests from the judicial branch and other government agencies, good afternoon. On behalf of Congressman Richard Gomez, who unfortunately has an equally important schedule today, we thank the committee for considering for deliberation and hopefully approval our bill seeking to create 4 additional regional trial courts and 4 municipal trial courts in the 8th Judicial Region to be stationed in Ormoc City. As of December 2023, Mr. Chair, the population of Ormoc is about 483,384, and it is more or less 112,415 households. Mr. Chair, at present, the city of Ormoc has 3 regional trial courts with the following caseload: RTC Branch 12, 679, RTC Branch 35, 618, RTC 47 with 141 cases, and our lone MTCC with a caseload of 1,641 as of December 2022. The caseload of RTC and MTCC in Ormoc City is far cry from the ideal and manageable ratio of 300 to 450 caseload for each branch. The additional courts will definitely declog cases and will surely contribute to the speedy disposition of justice in the city of Ormoc. In view thereof, Mr. Chair, we humbly appeal for the approval of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You, Supreme Court, right now there are 4 RTCs stationed in Ormoc, and there is a newly created branch, Branch 5. Tama po ba?
Yes po.
Is Branch 5 now operational?
Your Honor, I'm not sure. Parang I think hindi pa po kasi ang ano lang po namin is 3 RTC with a total caseload of 1,079 as of November.
Teka, ang operational lang ngayon is 3.
3 RTCs and 1 MTCC.
But my records would show that there are 4 RTCs. Huh? Yung Branch 5. Branch 5. Ma'am, who can answer this? Is there a Branch 5?
Mr. Chair, at present, there are only 3 regional trial courts in the city of Ormoc, Mr. Chair.
Pang-5 po yung Branch 5. Pang-4 yung Branch 5.
And they are regional trial court Branch 12, 35, and 47, Mr. Chair.
What about Branch 5?
Yeah, it was mentioned.
Newly created.
Newly created?
Yes.
I think it's not yet organized, Your Honor.
It's in your website. There's a Branch 5. Ang tataas ng number kanina, tapos naging number 5 ito. Ano yung number kanina? 47?
Mr. Chair, RTC Branch 12, RTC Branch 35, and RTC Branch 47, Mr. Chair.
7. Tapos ngayon 5. So, the records of the Supreme Court, nawawala itong Branch 5?
Your Honor, please, I'll check po.
We'll give you a minute, hearing suspended for...
We have, sorry po. 5, yung isa pong branch is a statutory family court, that is 5 FC, which is still unorganized.
So, this is Branch 5. Ito yung walang Branch 5.
Yes po, it's still unorganized.
So, it is unorganized, but it has been legislatively created.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then we will now be creating 4 additional branches. So basically magiging 8. Tama po ba?
8. 4 plus 4, 8.
So magiging 8. Sumobra o kumulang?
We have, Mr. Chair, in this case, Mr. Chair, we have 3 organized RTCs. Then we have 1 unorganized RTC, and now we are requesting for 4 additional RTC courts. So it will total to 8, Mr. Chair.
Manageable level o relaxing level na to? Super manageable na. How many cases in caseload natin?
Ang caseload po natin as of November is 1,079. So an average caseload po of 359. If we include po yung 4 additional RTCs, ang magiging caseload po is, average caseload is 154.
It's still, no, it's still,
Ay, 54? 79?
79 divided by 8.
8.
134.
130.
134. Is that still a reasonable judicial activity? Judge, Philippine Judges Association? Kaya niyong tapusin
Yeah.
ng 2 months at
Well,
60.
yeah, if we talk about being manageable, I think that's 100, a little over 100 is too low for one court to handle. I think considering that there are 4 additional RTCs being requested, I think additional two for that area, I think would be reasonable, Your Honor.
Para maging 6. Oho. Kasi relaxing na yung 134. Magbabakasyon na lang ang pisikal doon. Supreme Court.
In that case, sir, Your Honor. Yes. Yes.
134 per judge.
Per judge. That is very manageable, Your Honor. Although there are certain courts now in Metro Manila with lesser cases po, 100 below 100. Marami po.
Because of the efficiency of the
Yes, it actually
judge.
depends.
Oh, but this one, if the judge will be efficient here, baka maging 15 na lang ito.
So we will defer po to the sponsor po.
Sponsor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, based on the records that we gathered, each regional trial court has, as of December 2022, RTC Branch 12 has 679 case, Branch RTC 35 has 618, and RTC 47 has 141.
It will depend. Ano din po kasi, it will depend on the judge. There are judges who are really fast in deciding cases. There are those that are not. So, and it will also depend on the intricacies or the complex issues presented in every court. So, ano po siya variable? There are cases na medyo mahirap po talagang i-decide. There are those that are easy. And then we also take into consideration that the postponements din po. That's why po nagkakaroon ng lag at sa docket, nagkakaroon ng problem doon sa docket natin because there are let's face it, there are litigants na wala pong ginawa kundi magpa-postpone ng cases. Yun po. So for the part of the Supreme Court, I think we defer po to the author of the bill if they want to lessen the number of cases, proposed number of branches to be created.
Additional 4. So yung 100 yung isa naghahanggan ng 100 100 the third sala.
If it is a vacant court, Your Honor, hindi po sila nararafolan case. So,
It was mentioned a while ago, the third sala, 100 plus.
Mr. Chair, I think there are 3 judges now in each of the regional trial court. Yes. However, Mr. Chair, of course, we will submit to the wisdom of this committee and the Supreme Court. However, we appeal that considering the growing population of the city of Ormoc, we feel that the clogging of cases and the speedy disposition of cases would really be realized if we will be given for additional RTCs, and of course, most especially, Mr. Chair, for municipal trial court in cities, considering that we only have 1 at present.
Yes.
MTCs.
Yes, Your Honor. Considering the latest manifestation of Attorney Viseo, no, from Ormoc, 2 RTC judges are handling more than 600 cases and 1 over 100, maybe the request for additional 4 RTCs is reasonable based on that latest manifestation of Attorney Viseo. And if I may suggest, Your Honor, maybe one factor in determining whether or not to add additional cases is perhaps not only the pending cases being handled by current courts, no, but the number of raffled cases. Kasi po, minsan may matutulin talagang judge na mag-dispose. So ang siguro magandang tingnan natin, ilan ba yung nararaffle? Yun ang magdedetermine talaga kung ano yung caseload ng average caseload na pumapasok sa bawat husgado. Kasi sa ngayon, makukuha natin, halimbawa, 1,000. Yung isa dyan, ang baba. Yung pala naman, ang tatagal naman pala mag-handle. So it's the number of raffled cases ang maybe we can also consider, no, in determining the caseloads, hindi yung current docket number.
I agree, Your Honor. Kasi there are certain municipalities, especially in highly urbanized areas, where the inflow or the influx of cases are more than those doon po sa mga municipalities. So I think from now on po, we will also consider in our preparation for the comment in the creation of additional courts, the inflow, not mainly on the caseload as presented po by Judge Byron. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Looking forward, in terms of crafting a proper and appropriate policy, the Supreme Court should likewise endeavor to adopt a formula as to the ideal, not just for the creation of course, the ideal number of cases, not just the manageable level threshold, but the ideal caseload per judge, per sala, taking into consideration the disposed, the raffled, the inflow and outflow, the current physical health condition of the judge, the number of years the judge has been in that sala, and the density in terms of population of that area. If it is an urban center, if it is a growing regional center, if it is a rural area, all those should be factored in crafting a formula to guide likewise the Congress in appreciating measures creating additional salas. So that would properly guide us, including the executive branch, specifically the DBM. The DBM. Sino ba yung dapat ilagay dito? Because these are all tied up to expenditures, public expenditures, creation of constructing new facilities. Kanina narinig natin, pati yung jail dapat ilapit, sabi ni Congressman Tiangco Sanabotas, para hindi mahirapan yung mga PDLs. Malapit na sa husgado. Siguro ganun din sa Igakus. Wala pa yung tulay, 6 na 5 taon, 6 taon pa hintayin. So, dapat meron tayong hindi siguro perfect formula, Supreme Court, pero to guide us all. Kasi sa inyo kami we will defer to your wisdom in all of this. Sino yung na-assign doon na judge? Retirable na to. So siguro, konti na lang yung caseload nito. Di ba? Ito, bata-bata pang judge, kapopromote lang. Ito, kaya pa nito ng tambakan ng 600 kaso. Di ba? Yung mga ganon. There has to be a formula. Otherwise, maano tayo dito? We'll just be in a constant state of flux and anticipation. Hindi natin alam kung ano talaga yung, hindi naman natin, ngayon, nalaman natin yung malitbog, di ba? Sinasabi ko, yung configuration nun. So, but as of this stage, wala tayong ganon. We rely on your authoritative statements here na yun talaga ang kailangan. Especially we respect the sponsors here. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, may we respectfully ask from the representative of the Supreme Court the reason why RTC Branch 5 has not been organized up to this time and what is needed for it to be able to be finally organized, ma'am? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supreme Court.
I'll look into that, Your Honor, and then I will provide you the data. I do not have the
Yun, baka yung budgetary, ano? Ha? NOSCA?
um 5FC, according to our record, it's unfunded and unorganized. So wala pa po NOSCA. So it's with the DBM na po.
Ma'am, pakiulit.
Your Honor, 5FC or MOC Leyte, it's still unfunded and unorganized, meaning po wala pa pong NOSCA. But I mentioned earlier po that we have already, it's in the 4th tranche po ito, Your Honor. We have already requested the DBM for the funding of the statutory family courts under the 4th tranche.
So muli, pag na-organize itong si Branch 5, pababa lalo yung caseload, di ba?
Family cases lang po ang mapupunta doon sa 5FC.
Okay, family court siya. Attorney Biseo?
Mr. Chair, and the honorable members of this committee, may we humbly appeal that our request be granted and approved as is, because definitely this will be a big help in the speedy disposition of justice in the city, Mr. Chair.
LGU will handle the construction, etc., etc.
Mr. Chair, actually right now, in the city of Ormoc, there is a judicial building managed and maintained by the DOJ and the Supreme Court. However, yes, Mr. Chair. However, Mr. Chair, my principal, Congressman Richard Gomez, and the Honorable Mayor Lucy Torres has a plan that in case there is a need for a bigger space, the city of Ormoc has available spaces and lots to be swapped in case there is a need for bigger space, Your Honor.
We defer to the needs of the city of Ormoc as manifested by the representatives. So we judge. So you're withdrawing your earlier
Yes, well, considering the
comment kanina si Judge.
yes, considering because based on the report from the Supreme Court, Court Administrator, they only have a little over 1,000. But based on the latest report given by Attorney Viseo, the two RTC judges are hardly more than 600 cases, and then one over 100, totaling of maybe 1,400 cases. So maybe an additional for RTC courts is reasonable for that purpose, Your Honor.
May I add, Your Honor? As to the MTCC, considering that we only have one municipal trial court in cities in Ormoc, we recommend the creation of the 4 MTCCs in Ormoc, considering the caseload
5.
Yes po, 1,355. So an average of 271 cases per court.
As long as the LGU will likewise shoulder the initial expenditures to jumpstart the operations of this court. So, COMSEC, we also add that provision that would have a staffing pattern. Without objections, House Bill 8251, creating 4 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court and 4 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the 8th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Ormoc, province of Leyte, is hereby approved, and the same will be referred to the plenary for its consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yung kanina po tungkol doon sa family courts, based on DBM...
You're referring to House Bill 8252 sa Ormoc? Sa
yes,
82
yung sa
8251?
825, yung sa family...
Yung branch 5?
Yes, yung sa family court earlier mentioned by...
Branch 5 in Ormoc.
Yes, Your Honor. Based on DBM records, we have already responded to the Supreme Court. The letter was addressed to Court Administrator Raul Villanueva. Apparently, there was a discussion between the Supreme Court and the DBM regarding unfilled positions in the Supreme Court, and one of which are under the family courts. It appears on the Government Manpower Information System of the DBM, meron tayong 2,153 authorized positions. However, the Supreme Court has positions for family courts. However, only 764 are filled, which means 35%, 35% lang yun. And merong 1,389 positions na unfilled under family courts.
O sino may JBC na to? Sino may kasalanan dito ngayon?
That is why, Your Honor, we requested the Supreme Court to fill the positions or use the positions which are already created plantilla positions, if there is a necessity to or the proposed family courts are to be organized for the purpose.
Court Administrator, any comment on this? Kayo pala.
Your Honor, we have already responded to the letter of the DBM, and we indicated there that yung unfilled po, there are courts, yung sa mga family courts that are still unorganized. Although we have already judges newly
So
created.
what's the difference between unfilled and unorganized?
Unorganized po,
Ang ginawa ng Congress, create. Ang ginawa ng Supreme Court, organize. Ang gagawin, organize. Ang gagawin naman ng Supreme Court din, fill up. Ang gagawin ni DBM, to fund.
Yes,
So,
Your Honor.
what's the difference between unfilled and unorganized?
organized courts are authorized position with appointed regular presiding judges. Okay. Unorganized courts are the newly created courts.
Organized. AN, tapos organized. O UN are organized. Unorganized. UN. Spelling UN, unorganized.
Unorganized courts are newly created courts with NOSCA, but no presiding judge appointed yet. So meron na po siyang yung unorganized. We already have the NOSCA. Wala pa po siyang judges. We have, if I may say po,
Teka, itong family court branch 5 sa Ormoc, ano siya? Unorganized, unfilled?
unfunded po, unorganized. So ibig sabihin po siya, wala pa po siyang NOSCA. So pag wala pa pong NOSCA, we cannot, we are waiting for the NOSCA para po i-open na yung position ng judgeship po.
DBM, complicated pala itong sa Ormoc DBM.
Yes, Your Honor. We would like to clarify lang, Your Honor, na once the Supreme Court already requested for funding from the DBM for the PS, personal services, capital outlay, maintenance, and other operating expenses for organization of court that is comprehensively released by the DBM to the Supreme Court. Kaya, Mr. Chair, yung mga unorganized court, na fundingan na siya actually. Pero, yun lang na hindi na-fill yung mga positions. If there are courts that are already organized, pero hindi pa unorganized, tapos nag-request sila for NOSCA or issuance of NOSCA from the DBM, we act on the request not more than 90 days per the Citizens Charter, Mr. Chair.
Ang ibig sabihin, pag may authority na kayo, dapat sila fill up na.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Created na yung plantilla possession, so lalagyan na namin yun ng funding. Kaya nga po mayroong mga unused na funds under unorganized courts eh.
Sino ang dapat maunang kumilos? Kayo o sila?
Sila, Mr. Chair, once they inform us, they provide us the resolution that they will organize this court and ito yung mga kailangan nilang people to man the court, i-release po namin yung funds for it. So,
Ayaw nilang mag-fill up ng walang kasiguraduhan na may pondo na. So which should come first?
Mr. Chair, whether filled or unfilled yung position, nire-release ng DBM yung funds. Basta na-receive namin yung resolution na itong court will be established by the Supreme Court. Kaya nga may savings sila from unorganized courts eh. Kasi ito yung mga nabigay na namin yung NOSCA na dapat finil nila yung mga positions pero hindi siya filled. Unfilled siya.
Complicated lalo ito.
In our comment po doon sa letter ng DBM, we have already informed the DBM that yung unfilled position are being filled now. But ang problem lang po kasi natin dyan, it takes that long kasi kailangan po pa yan ng publication. But yung mga unfilled positions doon sa organized course, we have already started filling it up. Yun po ang ating comment po. I have to check po. Ilan yun?
Bulin natin itong ormok. Ilang years na ho itong ormok? Oh, 2016.
2016 po kasi ang creation ng RA, I do not remember po.
2024
1054, but that is the law creating the statutory family courts. Pero kasi po under the law, under ibang tranches po kasi yan, we have 4 tranches. We have already completed the first 3 tranches. Ang natitira na lang po yung 4th tranche, which includes region 2, 8, 10, and 12. And pagka na okay na po yung ating NOSCA, the court administrator will recommend the opening of the judgeship doon sa JPC.
So, ang dami nakikinig na yan. There's a great danger here. Even if we create several courts, we have created several courts today. Kung 2016 nga, 8 years, baka 2024 ngayon, baka 2032 tayo maka-fill up sa sa ibang lugar.
The law itself, the court issued resolution for the creation of the additional the creation of the statutory family courts po in 4 tranches po yun.
Mr. Chair, yes, Mr. Chair. We do not have we support the intent of the bill, Mr. Chair. Our only reservation here is that marami po tayong naka-create ng mga plantilla positions pero hindi siya na-fulfill. And the DBM provides funding for those positions.
Sino ang dito na nahuli? Supreme Court?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ayun.
I will mention that to the honorable court admin. I cannot give any comment on that.
So kahit mabilis si DBM, kahit mabilis si LGU, ang mga congressman, pag hindi na fill up ni Supreme Court, hindi rin gagalaw. Ganun ba yan? Sinas DBM? Ganun na yan, di ba?
Basta po, Mr. Chair, yung funding binibigay po namin, Mr. Chair, basta ni-request po sa DBM and that is comprehensively released.
We take note of that. I think we can move on from Ormoc. Matagal na tayo sa Ormoc. We still have to tackle, thank you DBM, we still have to tackle, I think two more. Mountain, what's this? Pangasinan. Ano ba number tong kay Rachel? 8258. 8258. House Bill 8258 is now under consideration, creating MTC in the First Judicial Region, San Carlos City, Province of Pangasinan, authored by Congresswoman Rachel Arenas. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Tolentino, and to other distinguished members of the committee and fellow resource person. On behalf of Representative Maria Rachel J. Arenas, 3rd District of Pangasinan, and 101 other co-authors of House Bill 5258, an act creating 3 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in the cities in the First Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of San Carlos, province of Pangasinan. We would like to humbly appeal to the committee chair to approve the same.
House Bill 8258. Ito talaga, malaki ang population nito. San Carlos. Oho. 3 additional branches of the MTC.
Yes, Your Honor.
C. The First Judicial, hindi to RTC, no? Hindi, not RTC.
Municipal Trial Court.
Right now, how many first level courts do we have in San Carlos?
We only have 1, Your Honor.
1 lang?
Yes po.
Ha?
Yes po.
Ang laki-laki nitong San Carlos.
With a caseload of 596 as of November po.
I think there is no question concerning the, ito nakita ko to eh. So, all will be based in San Carlos. Meron pa hong lugar doon. Maliit yung city natin doon.
Mr. Chair, I was told by my principal that the LGU will submit the exact location and also the level of resources that will be extended to support the organizing of these 3 municipal trial courts, Your Honor.
Bibili pero college ata ang gagawin doon. Diba? I hope they can provide additional space or spaces for these 3 additional courts. But I don't see any Supreme Court, any comment here? Wala?
We do not have any objection, Your Honor, and we support the creation of the additional court. And of course, magiging multi-sala court na siya, so we request po na for the funding for the creation of the building for the OCC.
Judges Association. How many RTCs do we have in San Carlos?
I have checked po.
Palagay ko RTC ang kailangan dito eh.
San Carlos.
Judges Association.
Yeah, we have no comment, Your Honor.
This will entail 3 additional items at 6 fiscals.
I'm checking po, Your Honor. An RTC?
Ang sikip nung space nila doon sa harap ng City Hall. Well, anyway, just provide this committee.
Yes po.
Pero ito talagang densely populated tong area na ito sa Pangasinan. So, if there are no objections, House Bill number 8258, creating 3 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the First Judicial Region, to be stationed in the city of San Carlos, province of Pangasinan, is hereby approved, and the same will be submitted to the plenary for its consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mayor Resuello, no? Sino Mayor Resuello dito? Sa San Carlos. So, tapos na tayo. Yes.
If I may po, Your Honor, ang RTC San Carlos po, we have 2 regular courts and 1 FC, statutory family court.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for not forgetting us. For remembering us.
San Juan.
But yes, tomorrow.
So, we need your inputs here, Supreme Court.
Yes, Your Honor.
Under consideration is 8259, creating additional branches of the Regional Trial Court and Metropolitan Trial Court in the National Capital Region to be stationed in the city of San Juan, and converting 4 branches of the RTC in Pasig into 4 branches of the Regional Trial Court of San Juan. Medyo complicated ito, naghalo ng Pasig at San Juan. Can you explain this?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. For House Bill 8259, my principal, Honorable Isabel Zamora, would like to note that there is only 1 court assigned in San Juan at present, and this is a family court. There are 4 RTC branches located at San Juan, but these are branches of RTC Pasig. So House Bill 8259 intends to convert the existing 4 RTC Pasig City branches into RTC branches of San Juan itself. House Bill 8259, Mr. Chair, also intends to create 2 more RTC branches for the city and 2 additional NTCs as well. We also would like to inform the committee that San Juan inaugurated a new 4-story Hall of Justice building last year, so there will be no issue on location. Fine.
What will happen to the Pasig RTCs? Where are they located right now? Sa San Juan.
In San Juan, Mr. Chair.
So they will be transferred to Pasig?
I think based on the bill and the proposal, Your Honor, that the jurisdiction of the 4 existing Pasig RTCs will just be amended. That it will be clarified that the jurisdiction will be San Juan already instead of Pasig.
Can you continue?
That's it, Mr. Chairman. But finally, may we request that the explanatory note of the original bill of House Bill 8259, which is House Bill 5615, be considered as the explanatory note for Congresswoman Isabel Zamora for today's hearing.
Thank you. And the committee notes Section 3 of the measure, which calls for the creation of an Office of the Clerk of Court with a corresponding plantilla. Ito yung COMSEC, yung improve lang natin. Kailangan di kahon na to nandun. So, ulitin ko. There are now 22 RTCs and 17 first-level courts in Pasig. Some of these courts are physically located within the territorial jurisdiction of San Juan.
That's right. And there are 4 of these here.
There are 4. So we will now be creating 4 additional branches just for San Juan alone. And then the existing RTCs, the existing courts based in San Juan will not automatically be transferred to Pasig, ganun ba? Medyo
Mr. Chair, the 4 existing Pasig RTCs currently located in San Juan will just be converted from Pasig RTCs into San Juan RTCs, Mr. Chairman. So,
bansa, iisang Pasig, San Juan, Mandaluyong. Iisang isang lugar yan, isang assemblyman yan eh. Di ba? Pasig, Mandaluyong, San Juan. Yung batas pambansa 129, yun sa batas ng pambansa pa yun. Yun yung ina-amend natin dito. So dati rin, Taguig Pateros, isa yan, di ba? So siguro ito yung bunga pa nung mga sinaunang arrangement kasi kung ano yung Kung ano yung, yung judicial district, nagja-jibe yun sa legislative district. Tama ba ako nun?
Yes po.
So, paano ito ma'am? Paano itong mga kaso ngayon dito sa Pasig?
So, just a brief backgrounder po. The 5 RTCs and 1 FC used to be an RTC under the jurisdiction of RTC Pasig. But pursuant to the resolution of the court dated August 9, 2022, these 4 branches were transferred to San Juan. So ang magiging jurisdiction na daw po nila is San Juan. So in the meantime, at wala pa pong law, hindi pa po siya na-convert, parang ilalagay po, let's say, branch 68, San Juan, and RTC Pasig station in San Juan. But as mentioned po earlier, na-inaugurate na po yung Hall of Justice doon. CJ went and nagpumunta po siya na attended that inauguration. So ito lang po yung parang we have now the legislative, we have now the law converting them. Paano yung ginawa po natin sa, is it in Taguig? In Taguig. It used to be part of Marikina. Yes.
Some of the judges, Your Honor, from Pasig were transferred in Taguig. Yes, so originally we were under the jurisdiction of Pasig courts. Yes.
Pasig used to be the capital, the province of Rizal, before the creation of Metro Manila. Kailangan, paano ko ito ma-defend sa plenary? Hindi pa ako pinapanganak noon. So ulitin ko, ngayon, can you go ahead, ma'am?
We have the judges of branches 68, 160, 162, and 264 are now stationed in San Juan. Mayroon na din po tayong OCC. Tama po. Yung OCC po, yung clerk of court doon, hindi na muna po siya doon sa Pasig because wala pa tayong creation ng Office of the Clerk of Court. So with the passage of the law, which we are supporting, magkakaroon na po ng independence para ma-detach, na-circuitize, na-detach na siya sa Pasig. So it will have its own territorial jurisdiction, which is San Juan.
Likewise result in the reducing the number of permanent courts in Pasig.
Yes,
Ganon.
yes, Your Honor, and it will also decongest the courts, the caseload of
Will
Pasig.
this result in the renumbering of the branches?
No, no po.
Hindi na.
Meron na po siya kasing existing.
Yun na rin yun.
Yes po.
Hindi makakagulo sa iba yun. Baka yung magkatabi, tapos iba yung number doon sa...
Magkakaroon po siya ng hindi na po siya chronological.
Ngayon.
Usually po, chronological ang arrange.
Yeah.
Oo. Since we will be transferring, kagaya po niyan, meron ho tayong 68. And then the next one is 160, 162, and 264.
So the result would be, instead of 22 existing RTCs in Pasig, magiging ilan na lang? 18. And San Juan will have 4.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, 4 plus
Four,
2,
four.
because we are also requesting for additional 2 and 2 additional
Sana
MTCs.
punta saan ang galing yung 2? Kasi 4 lang yung pinropose, RTC and 4 first level courts. Sana kuha yung additional 2.
For the creation of, in addition to the 4 regular courts, my proposal po to create additional 2 branches for San Juan.
I think I have the proposal I have here in my possession is creation of converting 4 RTCs in Pasig and creation of 4. 2 more. Saan nakalagay yung 2 more? Huh? Is it part of the title? Is it part of the title? Is it part of the title? Because we have some constitutional issues involved. Subject matter should be part of the title. So What I have in my possession is not creating additional branches. Pakibasa nga, Comsec. Pakibasa yung title. House Bill 8259.
Yes, sir. House Bill 8259, an act creating additional branches of the Regional Trial Court and Metropolitan Trial Court in the National Capital Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of San Juan, converting 4 branches of the Regional Trial Court in Pasig City into 4 branches of the Regional Trial Court in city of San Juan, and appropriating funds therefore.
Where do we place?
Your Honor,
Yes.
it's in section 2, in addition to the newly converted branches of RTC.
I saw
yun
that.
po.
I saw that. But we have to make an amendment here to comply with foundational precepts. Comsec, make that part of the committee amendment. Section 2 should likewise be reflected in the title because we will be having 2 additional branches creating as rewarded. Can you restate that? As rewarded. Natin to San Juan, pinakamahirap pala to. As rewarded, ano? Go ahead. So ilan na lahat? Ilan na lahat yung RTCs?
Sir, 6.
To make that part of the records.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chairman, may I add something? Section 2 was mentioned by OCA. I also mentioned the additional 2 RTCs and 2 MTCs. So perhaps we can also amend the title to include.
Gugulo, ha? So we will now be converting 4, creating 2, and creating 2 again, first level court. Meron pa ba tayong pending na aside from San Juan na nandito? We will defer consideration of Congressman Onabia is here. Congressman, we will defer consideration first with the San Juan measure. Babalikan natin yan. Congressman Onabia, we recognize, we consider House Bill 8260, Hingoog, creating 2 additional 2 regional trial courts. Congressman?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can I be heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. In the interest of time, Mr. Chair, I would just like to manifest that my explanatory note be adopted as my sponsorship speech, Mr. Chair.
So this is 8260.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Tingnan ko lang, Congressman, kasi minsan may nakakaligtaan eh. Creating 2 additional branches in the Regional Trial Court in the 10th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Ingoog, province of Misamis Oriental.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So 2 additional branches. Tama, Congressman?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Wala na ako kasi nalipong ako dito sa San Juan.
That was correct, Mr. Chair. Creating 2 RTCs to be stationed
How many
in Ingoog.
RTCs do you have right now? How many RTCs do you have right now?
In the we have 23 total in the province of Misamis Oriental, 15 of which is in Cagayan de Oro City, and 3 is stationed Hingoog. So creating additional 2 in Hingoog City.
So that will be 5.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Supreme Court, what about the manageable level?
Your Honor, the total caseload is 559 or an average of 279. So that is a manageable caseload. But if the Honorable Congressman wants to create the additional 2 RTC, we have no objection on that, sir.
So magiging ano na po yun? 500 divided by 4. Huh? 500 divided by 4. Congressman, are you with us?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So the caseload will now drop to 125. The manageable level threshold is 300. Kalahati.
Yes, my House bill, Mr. Chair, this was, there was a study or a feasibility study created by the Supreme Court Office of Court Administrator, Mr. Chair.
Ito, kayo pala nag-study. Andito, Congressman, dito yung mga taga-Supreme Court eh.
Your Honor, baka yung study po at that time medyo malaki pa po ang caseload. But we've been to Hingoog. Both judges are very efficient po. Mabilis po sila mag-dispose ng cases. But at that time siguro po the study was made, medyo mataas pa po ang caseload ng Hingoog.
Well, Mr. Chair, it depends on sa kanila kung ano yung magiging status dito sa proposal ko.
So, Congressman, what about the facilities, yung structure? Because you will have, because of 2 additional RTCs, you will need a additional office space for the clerk of court, etc., etc.
Yes, Mr. Chair, there will be no problem, Mr. Chair, because our Mayor Eric Canyosa, will fully support.
So, wala tayong problema. Kumusta
Yes,
mo na lang ako sa tatay mo?
Yes, Mr. Chair,
Baka
will do
hindi
po.
na, ha?
Will do po. Naging busy lang talaga si boss.
Oh, so, DBM? DBM?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, walang problema rin sa funding?
We'll wait for the request from the Supreme Court once this is enacted, Mr. Chair, for the funding requirements.
Ito kasing Hingoog, ano eh, parang melting pot ng ano, Agusan, Cagayan de Oro, Misamis. So, I'm sure yung daily activities dito, hindi lang interaction with people, pati commerce. Kaya ang daming pwedeng mangyari. So, Judges Association, sir?
No comment, Your Honor.
Ang tanong ko lang dito, when we, and this will not be part of the proceedings today, when we, I'll ask the Supreme Court, when we consider the Sharia measures, Sharia District Court, Sharia Circuit Courts, considering that there are some areas which are bordering towns which would include our Muslim brothers and sisters, ito gaya ng Ingog, and Cagayan de Oro, meron din, malapit sa Lanao. Will the application of the Sharia measures, should the Sharia measures likewise be considered? Because Sharia courts would be established in areas, even in non-Muslim denominated jurisdictions.
Your Honor, we have already prepared our comment on the Sharia, the creation of the additional judicial regions, the Sharia courts. Ang ginamit po kasi here is the administrative region. But in considering the population of our Muslim brothers, we consider the judicial region. So in our comment po, it will depend on the population. But of course, ang mga Muslim brothers po naman natin, hindi lang naman po sila doon sa Mindanao. We have a lot of Muslim brothers now in the other parts like in Luzon and the Visayas. We will also
2.5%.
Yes po. So we will also consider that po. And not actually on the caseload because ang caseload ng SDC, mga Sharia district courts and the Sharia district circuit courts, if you compare it to the regular courts, mas mababa po sila.
So even if we create additional RTCs, if there is a need to create additional Sharia courts, pwede.
Yes, Your Honor.
So DBM uli yan. Hindi niya bago to. Bago tong Sharia. So
Because we have, Your Honor, we have existing SDCs and SCCs. In fact, we have the 5 Sharia district courts we have in Lanao, Tawi-Tawi. So meron din po sila talaga mga caseloads. There are also cases which are already filed in that court.
Congressman sa
Yes, Mr.
district
Chair.
mo, may mga kapatid din tayong Muslim, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yun. So, amenable ka rin sa mga creation ng Sharia courts kasi yung susunod naming itatakel yung creation na ng Sharia courts.
Yes, of course. Of course, Mr. Chair.
And with the same enthusiasm to host on the part of the local government unit to host facilities, provide for infrastructure support with the same
Yes, Mr.
when
Chair.
we establish Sharia courts.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ayun, salamat. Tagang salamat. So, binuksan ko lang yon, although we'll not be able to tackle that today because of lack of material time and in the absence of the principal sponsor. I think there's no issue as to the creation of new courts for Ingoog City. But there is there a pending? There is a pending 12 FC. Ma'am, there is a newly created court in Hingoog, Mr. Congressman, if you're listening,
Yes, ma'am.
which is still unorganized.
Yes, merong isang unorganized.
Yes, would you like to know the reason behind this? Why it's
Yes,
still being organized by the Supreme Court? Gusto mo marinig ang Supreme Court Court Administrator? Matagal na po kinreate itong branch 12 of RTC branch 12 FC of Gingoog City.
Baka
Bakit
makatulong
hindi
din
pa
po,
daw
Mr.
hindi pa organized?
Your Honor, Congressman, it's still unfunded po. So there is no NOSCA issued by the DBM yet.
Congressman, would you like to hear the response of the DBM?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ito, DBM, magsagot sa'yo.
Mr. Chair, Congressman
Pass us.
Anaya, Mr. Chair, when they say unfunded, pero ang issue lang is the issuance of the NOSCA, may we clarify anong ibig nilang sabihin? Hindi na-release ng DBM yung funding for the organization of the court or yung funding lang for the NOSCA? Ibig sabihin yung mga plantilla positions?
Yung NOSCA lang, yung new positions. Kasi we have, di ba, the procedure is, once na may law, we will prepare the memo to the court for the staffing pattern. Once approved, we give that to the DBM for funding. And then once na-issue na po yan, yung funding, and that's the time we request now the JBC for the opening of the judgeship position. Once na-open na po yung judgeship, then that's the time po na i-organize na siya.
And ma'am, yun under what tranche po yung
Fourth tranche. All 4 tranches po wala po talaga. We only have 1, 2, and 3 tranches. Meron na po yung pondo.
Yes, and yun din, Mr. Chair, yung sa fourth tranche, equivalent to more than 780 na positions requested by the Supreme Court, yun po kanina yung sinasabi ko na nag-issue na ng response ang DBM. based on the discussion between the Supreme Court and the DBM, may mga requirements na hiningi kami from the Supreme Court, and yun nga Mr. Chair, yung mga unfilled positions, kung more than 1,000 unfilled positions po yun, that which is at the disposal of the Supreme Court.
Ma'am, thank you for that clarification. Congressman Christian,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
itong Branch 12, unorganized pa, pero approved na ito, narinig mo yung DBM, meron na tayong building para dito sa Hingoog.
I'm not sure, Mr. Chair, so I will have to get back on that regarding kung meron bang building dyan, Mr. Chair.
Kasi baka kaya hindi rin na-organize nila, kasi walang suitable site o facility to house the Branch 12, the family court, baka ganon.
Wala namang communication galing sa kanila, Mr. Chair, to request for a building. If meron naman, Mr. Chair, sana na gawa namin na paraan yun with Mayor Eric Anyosa, Mr. Chair.
Ayun, kayang-kaya ng Hingoog LGU yan eh. So perhaps we can fast track this if we can request the court administrator to write the LGU of Hingoog informing the LGU that that Branch 12 FC is now ready to operate. We copy furnish the DBM so that the appropriate NOSCA will be issued, and then we can proceed with the inauguration on March. Congressman,
Sana hindi matagalan yung NOSCA, Mr. Chair. Sana hindi abutan ng...
dito na yung TBM, sabi, so you can invite me to go there on March so we can have an inauguration.
Of course,
Invite
Mr. Chair.
the good governor.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We can do that. We can do that.
Oh, signboard na lang ilalagay mo eh. Ang problema, wala pa atang judge. Do we have a judge appointed? Wala pa. But can we, pending the selection of a judge, can a pairing judge be directed to fill up that position? Para in operation na yung court.
Your Honor, hindi pa po tayo pwedeng mag-create ng, because since wala pa pong funding, so hindi pa po namin mabuksan yung position for judgeship on that.
Pag-usapan natin kung alin yung una eh. The law authorizes the creation. Step 2, filling up of the position. Then step 3 will be the funding, the issuance of the NOSCA. O alin ba yung una, yung NOSCA? Pati ako naguluhan na eh. Naayos na natin to kanina eh. Naayos na natin itong diagram nito eh.
Mr. Chair, yung funding follows the structure or form, no? So, mag-i-issue kami ng NOSCA. Kapag na-issue yung NOSCA, ibig sabihin na-create yung plantilla position, so may funding na siya. So, yung filling up naman on the side of the Supreme Court na.
Last yung filling up.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kami na yon, JBC.
Opo, JBC na po yun.
Congressman.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Medyo naguluhan din ako, Mr. Chair. Sabi na...
naguluhan talaga. Talagang gumulo, Congressman to na baka mga July na tayo mag-inaugurate. Magulo. So, sino mauna? NOSCA? You will be notified by the Supreme Court that a court has been created. You will fund the court for its operations.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And then JBC will select the judge. Yun na. That's it.
And then, even if wala pa pong mga court personnel on that, the judge, we can use naman po the other. I think Gingoog, they have a special, I've been to Gingoog, nakita ko po yung court nila doon. They have a special parang space doon for the children, mga children conflict with the law and the victims. May separate. So ang iba po ang iba po ang setup po ng mga family court. So we have the social workers, tapos meron po separate room for the children, either victim or the CICLs, na hindi po nila nakikita. Tapos meron din po tayong mga ibang equipment na they can also, the witnesses, the child witness can testify in another room without the child, na nakikimingle po siya at nakikita po niya yung accused to prevent yung retraumatization po ng bata. So iba po ang setup ng mga family courts po natin.
Thank you, ma'am. Congressman,
Yes,
narinig
Mr.
mo yun?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, hindi tayo matutuloy sa March. Hold mo muna yung mga manok natin dyan. So, I think without objections on the part of the resource persons here and my colleagues, House Bill 8260, creating 2 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 10th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Gingog, province of Misamis Oriental, is now approved, and the same will be subject to the amendments, the omnibus amendments that we have mentioned. The same will be referred to the plenary for its consideration.
Thank
Congratulations, Congressman. Kamusta mo kay Governor?
you. Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you po. Thank you.
Daghang salamat. We now proceed to tackle again the San Juan, Pasig. Can we now have the title?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Subject to style, this is House Bill number 8259, an act creating 2 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court and 2 additional branches of the Metropolitan Trial Court in the National Capital Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of San Juan, and converting 4 branches of the Regional Trial Court in Pasig City into 4 branches of the Regional Trial Court in City of San Juan, appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14E and 27 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980, as amended.
Mr. Chairman, may I inquire if the concern of the concern that you raised earlier about expanding the title to include the 2 additional RTC branches is already included in the so all right, thank you. How about ComSec, the MTCs, Mr. Chair? Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
So we have considered that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So as amended and to be presented to the plenary, House Bill number, ang number na yun?
8259, Mr. Chairman.
8259. Creation and conversion of courts in the National Capital Judicial Region, San Juan City, sponsored by Congresswoman Isabel Zamora, is hereby approved, and the same will be submitted to the plenary for its consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
The committee will defer consideration of House Bill number 8257, the Sharia District Courts, sponsored by Congressman Dimaporo and Congresswoman Juliet Ferrer, as well as Senate Bill 2215, amending PD 1083, or the Code of Muslim Personal Laws, sponsored by Senator Robin Padilla, as well as House Bill 8252, the creation of regional trial courts in the 12th Judicial Region into both province of Lanao del Norte, as well as House Bill 8255, creation of municipal trial court in the 6th Judicial Region, Bacolod City, province of Negros Occidental, sponsored by Congressman Greg Gatasaya and Congresswoman Juliet Ferrer. Complete nata. With that, the Senate Committee on Justice and Human Rights hereby suspends its hearing. Thank you. Thank you for your participation.